Well, how's about that? Here we are. Hello! Happy Saturday. I got very ill last weekend to cancel Wednesday. But I'm here now, sort of. Happy birthday, Cyber Necromancer. Hooray! Wait, I don't have a sound effect for that, but imagine that's party blowers. Yeah. Not much to talk about. Well, there might be soon, but the main thing for you all is Cult of the Lamb's only a couple of weeks away, maybe 3. So I really need to start wrapping a couple games up. So I'm going to play a bit of Shadowrun, and then a chunk of Final Fantasy, I think, because we are on the final chapter of Final Fantasy Tactics, so I don't think we're that far away finishing off. Sunlapse. Let's see now. Shadowrun. Yes, I wonder if we'll get to play some of it today without having to redo the same section 3 times in a row. I watched Star Wars Episode 7 just before this. Which is one of the J.J. Abrams one, the first of the new trilogy. And my hot take is, I still think it's a decent movie. As like a like, hey, here's some new Star Wars for the kids. I mean, it's a damn sight better than the fucking Last Jedi. The Last Jedi is a nightmare. And the second film's not great either, but that first one, I enjoyed. I mean, it's got a hell of a legacy, right? But I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. Like, there's this gut-wrenching reaction from a lot of the OG folks who will be like, oh, it's terrible, it's just a copy of the first one, it shits all over everything. It's like, well, yeah, it does, but it's not for us. And objectively, it's okay. I like it. So, yeah, that's my hot take. Although I will say that I sort of zoned out the latter half of the film. I was doing other things, so maybe it's a half-baked opinion. Anyway, musically it's there, visually it's there. Force Awakens, yeah, that was the one. A remix to Greatest Hits, indeed, and I can't hate it for that though, because remember, this is like 30 odd years after. And this is aimed at a younger audience who've not really seen Star Wars. And when I was a kid, the one that got me into Star Wars, not the one that I watched first, but the one that, like, when I was old enough to get into Star Wars, was Episode 1. And we all know what people think of Episode 1. So again, for me, it's like, I understand why people don't like it, but I think it's okay, because it's the film that got me into it, and I went back and watched the original trilogy, and I was like, yeah, Empire's still the best film. And these new ones have like 1 out of 3 is decent. Prequel trilogy 1 out of 3, new trilogy 1 out of 3. they just drop it every single time, and it was a fucking mess. The last film they did. But I want to go back and watch Solo again because I feel like I liked that film too. And people don't really talk about Solo, it just sort of happened. We left Shadowrun on the cusp with some racist ass kicking, that's right. We were like about to go beat the shit out of some racists, and I was like, that sounds great, let's do that next time. Yeah, the new trilogy. So that's basically what happened, isn't it? Right? They had Abrams and they did a setup, and then they got a different director for the second film who just ruined everything that had been set up, whether you liked it or not. I think Shadowrun's just crashed. Oh no, it's loading. And then Abrams came back and spent the first half of his movie undoing stuff at fucking Zoomer speed, which was a nightmare. Like, there was no time to even recognize what had just happened in a scene before it was a different scene. Everyone was talking over each other. It's fucking horrible. And then the last half of the film, I mean, it's fine, but only because it was like cool lightsaber battles and stuff, you know, that I think that second part of the film was like, that was like the film Abrams wanted to make, and the first half of it was just him trying to clean up after the second one. Solo had the benefit of being a pun intended solo movie. It wasn't linked to any other one in Float. Yeah, like the worst crime that Solo can commit, really, is being new actors and a slightly more modern, punchier delivery of itself. But I don't hate that about the film. I really like some of the sequences in that film. There's something to be said for... Alright, I think this is actually correct. For the soul of something being missing, because, you know, everything was kind of models and patched together out of tape back then and all that shit, but... And now everything's CG. But there has to be something else. Maybe this is it. Like, I only saw it the once, and there wasn't anything to really latch onto, but I don't dislike the film. I don't remember disliking the film. I'm pretty sure I saw it in theaters, and I think I enjoyed it, so... I'm gonna watch that again after this, I think. Some odd decisions get made in some of these films, though, and TV series as well. Star Wars right now is in a place where no one really knows what to do with it. But then no one really knew what to do with it in the first place. It was going to be a standalone, and then they went, hey, let's make a sequel, I've got the money, and then they gave it to a different director, not George Lucas. Lucas decided he hated directing, so... He was more than happy to do the world building, but he wasn't a director on the second film. And the second film, Empire Strikes Back, arguably the best one. Because it was like... It's not just that the film knew what it wanted to be, but it's also that some of the things that happen in that film make things in the first film better when you go back and rewatch it. So I think it's good for both of those reasons. You could argue the original is the best film because of the cultural impact as well. You could say that, but I think Empire is a better movie. I never really remember much of the events of the third film, Return of the Jedi. This console consists of a text entry field and a virtual keypad. Written along the top of the screen in an imposing font is the word Armory. Do I have anything for this? Nope, just coffee. I'm just carrying coffee around in my pocket. Special effects, let's see. I missed the je ne sais quoi. Yeah, it's something about the model making, about kit bashing something together. I mean, that's a very Star Wars thing to do anyway. Like, the universe is built. The universe is a direct reflection of the way that film was made. Like, all of that, like, visual effects technology, none of it existed. Star Wars made all that shit up, basically. They perfected what was there, and they made a bunch of new techniques, and they made this amazing movie. And in the universe of Star Wars, basically, unless you're in the Imperium, everything is fucking made out of duct tape and hopes and dreams and bits of old something else. The universe is a scrapyard, and it's a good thing. Works really well. It has a trailer for the new official D&D movie, and it has great effects, but has a distinct aftertaste of it'll probably be fine. Oh, see, I like that one with Jeremy Irons, the really cheesy, goofy one with the terrible CG in it. It's a funny movie. Although that also makes some odd decisions, and it's definitely a product of its time. Hey Capel, you come highly recommended. Anyone who did what you did to those elves will go far around here. You can hit the kitchen anytime, but otherwise stay close unless you're otherwise told. You said you used otherwise twice in the same sentence, Owen. Your locker code is 2619 locker 3. Thanks, Owen. Yeah, there's a little bit in The Force Awakens where Rosie, was it Rey? Rey is in the ship in the Millennium Falcon, and she's like fixing a gas leak, and she's pointing at objects, and Finn's not getting the right tool. He keeps picking up all these fancy tools, and she's like, I'm fucking pointing to it. And then all she wants is some tape. And it's like, that pretty much sums up Star Wars for me. There were some good points in the podcast I was listening to, Art of the Score, where they talk about scores from different films and things. They covered this film in particular because they cover a lot of Williams. They were talking about how it was quite smart for Abrams because there's this scene at the beginning where I keep calling her Rosie, where Rey is sat on the sand, you know, after a day at work, and she puts on the kid's TIE fighter, no, the X-Wing helmet, and she's like looking through it, and it's this idea that, yeah, these characters live in a universe where everything that they'd seen is just a myth, and they're sort of dreaming about the myth, wishing they could be in the stories, and it's kind of a mirror to how the original generation would have felt when they watched Star Wars and had to go back to their normal lives, and that's a good move when you're trying to get a new audience into it, and also try to kind of appease the older audience a little bit as well. This turret is powered down. I cannot control this. Bocce's not smart enough in drone control mechanics for that. But then there's the negative side of the appeal thing, where a lot of the film is definitely, we'll borrow this beat from the previous film because it worked then, and people will recognize it. Like, don't lean too heavily on nostalgia bait. But it's, you know, it works. So I guess drones can come in here. Humanists have got like an office set up. We're a bunch of racists, are quite organised. The Humanist... well, I suppose you could say that about the Nazis as well. The Humanist Poly Club logo fills the majority of the screen on this terminal. A welcome message written in a cartoonishly aggressive font appears below. Please log in to begin. Nah, I don't know the password. I don't know anything about this place. Racists Inc. Filing cabinet. 2619. Humanist propaganda. Alright, let's lead some propaganda. Human, you work hard, you play fair, and still you can't get ahead. But have you ever wondered why? The answer is simple. The elf using the orc and the troll as muscle against you. Oh yeah, it's nothing to do with your own failures as a human being. Just blame it on someone else. Think about it. When you turn on your Trideo after a hard day's work, who do you see? The pampered elf basking... This seems like an Angie Ryan thing, doesn't it? The pampered elf basking in the lap of luxury, squandering the money that you could be using to feed your children. When you walk through a dark alley on your way home from the market, what do you fear? The mongrel orc and the savage troll, lying in wait to rob you of your hard-earned gains. The elf, the orc, the troll, all are parasites, leeching away at your prosperity and happiness. It's time to wake up and do something about it. What are you going to do, human? Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his own brow? That's the one. No, says the Kremlin. It belongs to the people. Oh, says the man in Russia, I think he says. No, says the man in the States. It belongs to the state, or whatever. That whole speech is really good. Rapture. Support the Humanist Poly Club. Together we will show pride in what we are and defend ourselves from the jackals at our door. Humanists forever. Human. They say that you can't get a job because of the economy, but you know the real reason. Meta-humans. Oh, here we go. The elf, with his pretty boy looks, takes the high-paid corporate desk job, rises to the top and blocks the top positions forever, never aging, never retiring. The orc is willing to work the table scraps, driving the cost of labour down and depriving you of a decent wage. The troll takes all of the manual labour jobs. That's right, not even the sweat of your own brow could earn you a living these days. There you go, there's the quote. Human, ever wonder why dwarf shops are all family run, free labour, and whose businesses suffer? You guessed it, we, the humans, wind up paying in reduced sales and lost wages. Every day another dwarf-run store opens, and every time that happens more dwarves flock to our neighbourhoods, driving good honest human businesses out. They say it's for community, they say it's for protection, but why can't they keep their own neighbourhoods? What are they hiding? Stand up for your people, stand up for what's right, join the Humanist Poly Club. Yeah, this is all very familiar rhetoric that you hear. You can basically directly correlate some of this with certain ethnic groups that have had this kind of stuff said against them as well, and it's just like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, oh, he gets the job because he's pretty. Oh, good. I mean, or maybe he's just, you know, really good at the job. The orc is willing to work for table scraps because you won't pay them a fair wage otherwise. The troll takes all of the manual labour jobs. Well, they're good at manual labour, they're very strong, but that doesn't mean all trolls want to be in manual labour. Come on, man. Open your mind a little bit. Swap out the capitalised words. Yeah. That's how it is. I want to get in these terminals, but I need to find those lockers, I think. The Humanist Poly Club logo fills the majority of the screen on the panel. A welcome message written in a cartoonish aggressive. Yeah, okay. I don't know the codes. I don't know anything. I should have brought my decker with us. This team is not really made for this kind of work. Yes, we're geared towards putting the boot on the bootlickers, indeed. Locker number 3. Well, what do you know? 2319. No, it was 20... something 19. 2619. The locker runs with a click. There is a note inside. Recruit Capel, your enthusiasm at the rally was more than commendable. Those Trog bastards really got what was coming to them. Volker wants to see you right away. His personal code is pride. Wait, share this with no one. Owen. Volker's code is pride. The D&D movie came out as soon as you got interested in setting up a game. This keeps happening. What was another situation where that occurred? I don't know the Armory code. It's probably something racist. Volker's personal code is pride. I wonder if he uses it as a password for his own terminal. He seems like a leader, so he'd be at the front, right? Or at the back. Only 3 or 4. I guess I'll just try it in all of them. Okay, it's worth a shot. Capitalized, could do. I know that the code is for this door up here. I'm just thinking if there's any other clues sprayed on the wall or anything. Wait, Chrono Cross unless you're in the announcement switch port. Ah, I see. That was a long time coming. So, is there... Oh yeah, Chrono Cross, not Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger port is a long time coming. Why the hell is that? Why hasn't that been added to the library? Metroid Dread. Oh yeah, that happened. Hello, Maelstrom. So yeah, we did, for anyone that has used it before, we have a little extra server called the Metro. I usually just use it to watch movies, but we've been setting it up for tabletop RPGs. So I've done like a bunch of stuff this morning to set up a bunch of roles and permissions and try it out. And so I know that there's a few people involved in RPG stuff that wanted a space to use it, and yeah, it should be good. And I'm going to be possibly running one in the future as well. I'm thinking about running a game called Kuro that I've had sitting on my drive for a while. It's like a cyberpunk yokai hunting thing. It's pretty cool. I had the one shot for it, but I'd like to try out. Live Alive got a remake, so maybe Chrono Trigger. Yeah, though they need to add it to the Virtual Console, and I don't know why they haven't done that. It's hell. It would sell memberships, you know? Maybe they were saving it for later. A stocky man in a military surplus jacket enters the room. He is flanked on either side by a pair of young women. Their faces are masked by white kerchiefs, and each of them carries an unholstered pistol. Lower your weapons, girls. We have a guest. The soldiers exchange glances. They lower their sidearms. They look at you, their stares full of hatred and bile. There, that's better. His neutral expression curdles into a malevolent grin. I've shown you hospitality, stranger. Now it's time for you to return the favor. So tell me, why are you here? This guy gives military surplus jackets a bad name. He does. They're good jackets. What? Yeah, I actually forgot why we're here, other than kicking racist ass. I'm here with this... Let's see. Confronting me in a person was a bad move, by the way. I'm here with the smugglers. We brought you shipment, and we're waiting to be paid. Yeah, let's go with that. Oh, don't you worry, your friends are already being taken care of. His smile widens. Trust me, they'll get everything that's coming to them. Is that supposed to be scary? Because I'm not impressed. Patience, stranger. By this time tomorrow, you'll be plenty impressed. I guarantee it. Whatever... Ooh. Been a lot of cargo moving through here. Finding something big, Volker? He offers you a broad smile. It's going to be glorious. The gas that you hold in for us, it's going to prove every word that we've been saying. The Trogs, the Hoffers, the goddamn dandelion eaters. One whiff of the stuff and they're going to tear each other apart. And then they'll spill into the good human neighborhoods where we'll be waiting to stop them. Oh, so you're going to prove that they're everything that you say they are by forcing them to become everything that you say they are. Okay. Just you watch and wait, traitor. It'll be a bloodbath. You gotta drive a bunch of metahumans crazy in order to prove that metahumans are crazy? You're pathetic, Stahl. The smile fades from his face. I've heard just about enough insolence from you. I might just have my men teach you some manners. First of all, Stahl, they're women. And secondly, No, you're not. The sounds of hurried footsteps echo down the hallway behind you. The Humanist leader smiles. And as good have it, here they come now. Okay, he has more people. The charity guy Samuel Beckenbauer wanted us to hit these guys because they're fucking with his metahuman people. Diet Rich has a family member that's been seduced to be a member. I remembered that second part, yes. Samuel sent us here. That's right. Diet Rich's nephew is in danger. He's being seduced by the lies of the oppressors. Diet Rich's eyes go wide. He takes a step toward the nearest Humanist gunman. Alexander! The youth blinks in surprise. He lowers his weapon. Uncle Dietrich! Shoot him, Alexander. This man is an intruder and a traitor. Come here to do us harm. If you're gonna put a shell in someone, put it in stall. He's a monster, Alex. I know you can see that. The Humanist gunmen flanking Stahl exchange uncertain glances. One begins to raise her pistol, but hurriedly lowers it when the Humanist leader steps forward. Stahl fixes Alexander with a stern gaze. You swore an oath to us, Alexander. You will be a man and keep it. Aye. Listen to Diet Rich, Alexander. He's a good man. Is he? Where the hell was he when my dad used to beat the shit out of me? Where was he when I got tossed out on the street? I don't know, Alex. By the time I found out, the damage had already been done. Alexander, you will listen to me and obey your oath. I don't know. I don't know what to do. It's up to you, Alex, but you have to make a choice. Or shall I just tell him I'm gonna murder his ass? If you betray your kind to join these metal lovers, we will put you down, boy. You hear that? We will kill you. Shakily, Alexander raises his rifle, levels it at Dietrich's head. Uncle Dietrich, I... Wait for him to act. The barrel of the rifle trembles in Alexander's arms. I'm sorry. Dietrich locks eyes with his nephew. His voice is low and soft. Do what you have to do, Alex. It's your choice. Do it, you stupid boy. Do it. Without a word, Alexander wheels around and points the rifle at Stahl. The Humanist leader recoils in alarm. We believed in the power of Alexander to make the right choice, and look at that. Alexander levels the weapon. Levels? He levels the weapon, and all hell breaks loose. Yeah, Alexander, you made the right choice, my friend. Anyway, we're gonna murder the shit out of all these people now. Ow! Okay, Butchie, what are we doing? First we gotta start stunning people. Who's the big lad? Right, he... No. Not today. Oh. Is that it? Okay. I thought it'd be tougher. He just died. Alright, fuck it. Oh my god. You're so bad at this. There we go. What am I doing? 99% and you miss. There you go. A little loud to you, a little loud to me. I'll turn it down slightly. There. Just a tiny bit. It looks like it was all talk, indeed. Alexander, you suck. Oh my god. Alright, hear me out. Oh my god. Right, that's one. Ah. No guts, no glory. Oh, Alexander with a double kill. Good job, my friend. Who's left? I don't think there's anything in here. We could hack this terminal, but it's not gonna happen, is it? Rich, you need to heal, my friend. Glory is still so great. I love the claws, the close-up stuff that she has going for her. It's powerful. Oh, there's some ley lines in that room. I wish I could just set that gun off, but not gonna happen. Ah, there's still combatants here, this is why. You just got hit. I think you're okay. Oh shit. Get into a good position over there. Okay, Alexander. This guy's being a bit cheeky. Maybe we can scare him off a little bit. There we go. Oh my god! This is not good. Do it. Get that mage. Fuck him up. Oh boy. Put the gun. Oh no, it's just pointing at her. Nice. Now that last round heal ability thing is really nice for emergencies like that. Okay, Bocce, what do we got? Armor piercing. Sounds good. There's a motorbike. Hits this guy with some AP. damage. Okay, Rich. I want you to just run in and smack this guy because it's one move. And then I want you to shoot this one. This guy's got so much health. Nice. Why is Alexander like fucking actually OP? You know what? Let's take that guy out. Bop. Get in there, Glory. Come on. You heal up Diet Rich. Uncle Richie. Richie? Out of ammo. Doesn't matter. I look like it hurt, my friend. God, the damage. Yep, she just cut that guy into pieces. This is my last resort. I'll take the 2 health, why not? Father Cockroach, indeed. The Sermon of Father Cockroach. Okay, there's a 50 health Humanist member just up there. That's fine. Just stand in the open, you'll be alright. Might be out of range here. Somewhat. Oh, baby, that was life or death. Dietrich is having a hard time today. You're gonna stand in that corridor. I think we know what needs to happen here, don't we? Peekaboo. -2 AP. Slap. And dead. Ah, we've got this whole fucking corridor to deal with. Alright, everyone move up. Oh. There's a lot more than I thought. Okay, reload. Get the shotgun ready because we're gonna go in close, I think. Risky maneuver, but I can't use the grenade. Fuck, it takes 2 AP. It's very annoying. You can though. You just shoot your own guys. Oh! Stop it! Oh boy! Bonk. Fucking yeah. God, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, is that the first time I've had a player down? I think it is. This is actually terrible. Hide in the corner. Okay, Glory. It's all you. Nice, that's -2 AP for him, and we spread out a little bit so we're not in grenade range. Attack that guy. Fuck. Armor damaged. Just hit him with AP damage so we get a significant advantage. Lucky. We need to get away from this door and draw him in, really. Yeah, Alex is gonna die in one more turn, right? Okay. Okay. Oops. I forgot that that can hit sideways. But she just got her shit destroyed. Use your trauma kit. That's why we bought him. Oh, that's painful. I don't know if we've got the means to, oh, we do. I forgot we could summon elementals. Right. Who did it? Fuck. We used 3 of our trauma kits in that fight. That was really, really brutal. Got some karma though. I don't know what we can use it for. Kind of want to increase spellcasting ability in general. But I don't know really how much we're going to get out of that. Conjuring spells hit chance. Okay. But I don't know if we have any conjuring spells. Gotta do this. Is there anything up here we can get? Yeah, no, we don't have a deck. Or do we? Nope. Alright, everyone. Let's head on out. We better get some skill points for that, because Jesus, that was really messy. Cough up some bread, Samuel. Oh. Of course. There would be a bunch of them outside as well. Alright. Adrenal pump. Oh, she's got all this fucking shit as well. I didn't even realise. Contracts the adrenal glands, pumping the body full of adrenaline and noradrenaline. Gains 1 AP for 3 rounds. I'll use that next round. Okay, the caravan's defending itself. That's nice. We're in serious danger. We need to get out. And now she's all pumped up on adrenaline. It's time to start kicking ass. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. I misclicked. And I was just gonna stand there looking like a lemon. Let's give her another AP. Because why not? We'll just have 4 AP. Missed. Nice. This is going much better. Hot dog. Ah, keep Max alive. We did it. Okay. Good job, team. I knew we would make it without any problems. But we need to go home and lick our wounds, I think. Oh, they lost a couple people too. Maxim looks up at the sound of your approach. If he's surprised to see you, he doesn't show it. Crazy night, huh? He pulls the flask from his jacket pocket and takes a long swig, then looks you in the eye. I hope that this was worth the trouble. Any luck finding our money in there? No money, but there are a few lesser races in the world. All in all, I think we could call this one a win. I can live with that. Good lad. Thank Christ that's over with. You okay, Alexander? The young man looks shell-shocked. He holds his rifle clenched tight in his trembling hands. Yeah, Uncle Dietrich, yeah, I'm okay. But, those guys, I knew him. One of them was my bunkmate. I killed him. Couldn't be helped. If you hadn't, he'd have killed you. Believe it. We're going to take you away from here. Back to the Creeps Bazaar. Get you the help that you need. Yeah, okay, Uncle. Okay. Dietrich glances over his shoulder. Looks eyes with you. Thanks for this, boss. My nephew is safe and I owe you. One other thing. The Dragon Slayer is happy too. We just did a ballsy thing. Protected my family. And gave a monster a bloody nose in the process. It's not a big deal. I did this for you, not your totem. Appreciate it, but you should know that he's happy, all the same. He grins. You should also know that when the Dragon Slayer is pleased, he tends to be generous with his rewards. You have my attention. The grin widens. Yeah, thought I might. I can feel the power coursing through me, boss. I don't know what form it'll take yet, but it's there, and soon enough I'll be able to use it. I don't mean to break this up, but we need to get moving. Kid, you're with us. The rest of you pile into that other van. You continue having your moment when we get back to Shatton Nest. I forgot what his voice was. It was weeks ago. Good job all round. We made a dragon man very happy. The U-Bahn ride home feels especially comforting today. The Berlin chapter of the Humanist Poly Club has suffered a terrible blow, and you're the one who dealt it. Volker Stahl's plan to incite a wave of bloody violence across Berlin has been derailed. It isn't often that a Shadowrunner gets to prevent an atrocity on the job. But there we are. There we do it. Gods. I could get behind a supernatural entity that wants you to fuck up bullies. Yes, indeed. An altruistic, outer god. Your PDA rings, and on in the face is of a bear, and the face of your fixer, Paul Amsel, appears on screen. Bocce Chance, I have new information to discuss about the estate. Please come as soon as you can. Hey, Sammy boy, how you doing? Alright, lad. Hello again, mein Frunden. What can I do for you? I've uncovered what Humanus is up to. You'll find the details on this datapad. Beckenbauer eyes the plans on the datapad, then nods grimly. This fit with Humanus's established pattern of behavior. Horrific and vile. According to this datapad, Humanist compounds all over Berlin have received similar shipments. They are planning to deploy the gas tomorrow morning. He exhales sharply, then nods again. I have a feeling that the Flux State will have a thing or two to say about that. Stahl has overstepped his bounds. His hubris will be his undoing. Actually, I was his undoing. Volker Stahl is no longer among the living. It turns out he has 1 HP. And I just fucking threw a stun bolt at him and he died. He got fucking wrecked. He fell over. He tripped on his own fate and died. That is excellent news. I am not ashamed to say that I wish the man dead. He deserved whatever you did to him. I mean, he basically was his own undoing. And now I'm going to see to it that the rest of his twisted organization suffers in the same way that he did. You mark my words. Within the next few hours, the Humanist Poly Club is going to take a hammering that will make the Night of Rage look like a peace rally. Are you sure? That isn't just going to make you look bad. I owe you a great deal, Bocce Chance. We all do. I will wire your payment to the account number that Amsel provided. Pleasure doing business. Make some fucking moolah. Get some bread. Talk to Amsel, take the U-Bahn to the Pharma Lab complex. We've got to do both of these things. I'll talk to Amsel first. But I think we got some... Oh, yes we did. Aiga now carries a Cavalier frag grenade in each mission instead of a Fichetti frag grenade, which does extra damage, or Knight Errant flashbang grenades. I'll take that. Diet Rich. Will you gain a bound fire elemental or a bound earth elemental? You know how I feel about fire. Ooh, upgraded medkits for glory or upgraded Bumona kit. Well, given how that last mission went, I'm tempted to go with this. And you I don't use, but here you go, have an eyeball. Sure. Now then. Epic dodge. Target loses cover bonus for the rest of the turn if you get hit. Oh, it's kind of nice. But since we've got all these points, maybe it's a good time to spend them on the old willpower. Who else wants some? I don't want to like do a shitload of conversations right now. But let's say we start from up here. Lucky Strike raises an eyebrow at your approach. A burning cigarette dangles between the fingers of her right hand and she holds a glass of scotch in her left. Fancy seeing you again. This bound to happen. I was hoping that you'd want to chat. Oh? Well, colour me intrigued. What do you want to talk about? You know anything about an organisation called the Lodge? Doer's group, you mean? She tips back her glass and swallows. Sure, I've done a few jobs for them. They pay well. The whole ominous secret organisation thing they try to keep going is a little weird, but whatever. Money is money, and they've got it. What can you tell me about Doer? Best that I can tell, he's just a metal-rung toady like any other corporate suit that you deal with before a run. Only difference is that his organisation isn't a corp. I think he's a little fresh-faced for what the Lodge has him doing. In the beginning there was some credibility issues. I had a hard time taking the guy seriously, but then he started waving wads of Nuyen around and that all cleared up in a flash. Afraid I can't help you dig any deeper, he's an occasional client. He takes a sip of scotch and chases it with a long drag of her cigarette. Even if I knew more about Doer, I wouldn't tell you. Shadowrunners who kiss and tell have a funny way of dying young. Been finding much work recently? Yeah, the Cruz Bazaar isn't the best place to do it. There aren't a ton of jobs out here if you don't have a network. You don't have people in the Cruz Bazaar? Nope, my crew is in Mite. There's a lot of work out there if you can handle it. Life isn't as pleasant there as it is in the Cruz Bazaar. Ha. Jess is with her cigarette, tip glowing red in the gloom. I mostly visit your lovely little kids between runs to restock and relax. A good place for that, nice and slow paced. It's quaint. Oh, we can hire Lucky Strike here. Let's try it. Don't suppose you'd like a permanent position on my team. Don't suppose I would. Like I said, I've got a team of my own. Good people who've earned my loyalty 100 times over. I can do a little moonlighting here and there, but they wouldn't take it kindly if I open bailed on them. Yeah, I was interested because she showed up in a roster one day, and I was like, why? We haven't really had a conversation yet. Better that it stay like this. If you need me for a run, I'm available. You just need to pay me first. Keep things clean and simple. Bartender here any good? Nope. It's called Vein Keller for a reason. The guy behind the bar is more like a Bush League sommelier than he is a proper bartender. Knows a bit about wine, but when it comes to mixing drinks, he's useless. If you want a drink, I'd recommend sticking with something simple. Try ordering something with more than 2 ingredients and you're asking for trouble. You a wine drinker then? Me? No, never developed a taste for it. She tilts her glass, pouring the amber liquid inside. Can't fucking talk today. That's every weekend I say this. I'm not a big fan of sweet things, never have been. Not even when I was a kid. I've always preferred smoke. You don't like wine? Why hang out in a wine bar? Because it's usually empty in here and I don't like to be bothered. And as hopeless as the bartender is, it's tough to mess up scotch if you order it neat. Now, do you have another question? Nah, I'm done talking to you. I was just curious. Anyone else? We don't need Lucky Strike. We've already got our... I might take a secondary squad out with the Decker. Because what it is right now is like... Iger's really good. Dietrich is Dietrich. No questions. And Glory is amazing. Right? So I don't want to replace any of them. But I don't mind taking a completely different squad. Like a full roster change. The girl with the chip in her head stands with her eyes closed, rocking back and forth. She looks so frail that a light breeze might knock her over, but she somehow stays on her feet, whether by coincidence or some kind of preternatural junkie awareness. Honest, she opens her eyes when you come near. I know you. Maybe by face, if not by name, I'm Bocce Chan's face. By name, by cry, or by song. Simi Kim is... Oh, we did all this and I had to do it again. Because of the whole debacle last time. Alright. What do you feel about Monica's death? Sad. She never got to have a family. She'll never get married, never be a mother. Seems she was a mother to the whole Kurtz Bazaar. He nods her head almost dumbly. Monica said her mother is always a mother, always. She hugs herself tighter and stares blankly at the ground. Yeah, that was like a little hint at this person's past life. What have you been up to? I wanted to escape with the children and the captain. We had to get away from the soldiers, out of Austria. But it was wrong, all wrong. I was taking them over the mountains, but it was the wrong way. I know it was. It would have taken us straight into Germany, not Switzerland. We should have taken a train, gone to Italy. Then we would have been safe. I don't want it to end badly, so I turned it off. Zack sold me something new. In it, I feel strong. I have a son, and he's destined to save the world. I have to protect him because the machines have come back to kill him before he can become a man. That's a Terminator. I won't let it happen because in there I am strong. Yeah, hot take. I guess Simi had a kid who she lost, and now she tries to escape by using brain jack things that are all simulations of her trying to protect children. That would be my guess. I don't think there's anything we want to do in here just yet. Hey, Doc. I need medical supplies. I really do. I don't have any money though, so I'll take one of those and one of those, please. Oh, I could sell my... What's my current gun? 6. I could sell my old guns. Can I dual wield? I don't think that works. I need to find some way to sell my shit. That's drugs, man. I don't need any drugs right now. You have both available, but one at a time. Yeah, I was hoping for something different, but that's okay. I have cash and I need weapons. Oh, sell items. Here we go. Please buy this and this because it's just taking up space. Did I just make 200? I made like 16. Oh no, I made 200. Yeah, that was right. Tip the dancer. Don't forget to tip the dancer. Don't know why. Just feel like something good might happen. I can't really go shopping yet, so there's no point in me going in these places other than to talk to people, but, you know, that's fun in its own way. Kramer? Talis Kramer? Absinthe takes care to avoid looking you in the eye. Bocce-chans, hold a moment. I'll call Algernon for you. She pauses, squinting at you. Her mouth dips into a frown. Curious. When I look at you, I see red. Well, I'm wearing a red jacket. She nods, and the frown slowly falls off her face. Her voice becomes dreamy. Red splattered like paint across great metal arms. Small rooms drenched in it, with droplets oozing down from the ceiling. She offers you a cautious smile. Pretty. Paint across great metal arms. That was an awfully strange way to open a conversation. Was it? And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I merely comment on what I see. That's all I needed. I'm gonna take that under notes. Yep, I'm gonna remember that because it made me think of Glory a little bit. Flowers for Algernon? I have a question. Do you know about the great dragon Feuersfinger? The elf ponders for a moment, twisting a ring on his right hand. Feuersfinger, the Firewing. That is a name that hasn't been heard in some time, over 40 years. I believe, though I cannot say for certain, time and I do not get along. She was among the first of the great dragons to awaken, and the first to be killed by meta-humanity, or so the story goes. So the story goes? Of course, history is the version of past events that people have decided to agree upon. Truth is something else. Absinthe interjects. A great dragon is not like other awakened creatures, whereas a basilisk is nothing more than a Komodo dragon whose genetic structure was mutated by magic's return. A great dragon is a creature of magic, a creature that has seen more than one cycle of the world. This is the 6th. Oh, okay. When a great dragon falls, the sound resonates across time and space. Got it, you're skeptical, so how does the story go? Björnsfinger awakened along with Lofweir, Nibelhard, and Kartenstein around the first decade of this century. She was first seen over the Harz Mountains, and after a long flight announcing her presence, she began raining fire on every town and village she came across. Sounds like she woke up grumpy, angry, deranged, or something else. What motivates a being such as her? No one knows. Björnsfinger was never engaged in dialogue. German military forces are said to have killed her over the socks the year she emerged. This after months of fire, devastation, and terror. Her body was never recovered. Think she's still in the socks? I cannot say. A sealed emergency zone is, by its very nature, sealed. We cannot know what happens inside with certainty. Yet I do wonder what effect the radiation from a nuclear meltdown might have had upon her. Any theories? No, I do not deal in theory. Despite her death, there was a rumor that she had been seen over Iceland sometime after her fall, but it has never been confirmed. Some speculate that the viewer witnessed her astral form and that her body still lies in the socks. Now, is there anything else you need to know? Have you heard of the Kreuzritters? Sadly, yes, they are quite active here in Berlin. They're fascists, plain and simple. They cling to Christian doctrine to justify their actions, but they are killers first and religious fanatics second. It's 2054. Haven't we got past this kind of thing? No, if anything, the Awakened serve to fan the fires of cruelty and xenophobia that have always been present in human society. Our differences are more obvious and profound now than they ever were. Is it any surprise that the reactions of extremists have followed suit? I wasn't talking about the cruelty, I was talking about the religious fanaticism. That is a more complicated question, albeit a loaded one. Yeah, it is, I admit that. We stand in a country that has clung to its religious heritage with considerable zeal. In much of the developed world, the awakening shifted public perception away from organized religion, but here in Germany, it had the opposite effect. While many developed nations have adopted spiritualism, some here might call it paganism. As their de facto belief systems, the Germany of 2054 remains a Christian nation. Whether that's a good thing or a bad one is open to interpretation. I take no stand on the matter either way. Again, curious because, yeah, there's like magic and like outer gods and shit like that, so you'd wonder if that's still around. And what do you believe? I am a simple traveler and a seeker of truth. I believe what I directly observe and have observed. Much. He has observed much. In my view, all belief systems are essentially different ways of interpreting the same thing. Magic is an underlying force of the universe. It is a fundamental truth. Religion is the lens that societies use to focus the enormity of that truth into something that their people can understand. But what of the source of magic? Where does that truth come from? You ask questions that have no answers, young human. The elf strokes his beard, a contemplative look on his face. My experiences lead me to suspect that magic is its own source. You may, of course, choose to believe differently. It matters little to me either way. Well, you know, same as the universe. I guess it doesn't really matter. It just is. You think the world's religions are wrong, then? Did I say that? No, young human. If anything, I am saying that all belief systems are equally valid. Well, that's what I got from it. After all, they are all different interpretations of the truth, and how can the truth be wrong? dealing with fundamental contradictions here. If one philosophy says that there's no God and another says there are hundreds of them, they can't both be right. But I feel like the game is like putting words in my mouth, but I'm gonna run with it and see what it says. Could a Kabbalist create a Kabbalist? Kabbalist. I always say that as Kabbalist. Could a Kabbalist create a golem if his faith were misplaced? Could a voodooist Hungan communicate with the law if they did not exist? Could a Shinto Kanishi channel the power of kami spirits if they were figments of his imagination? All of these things happen in the Sixth World, and yet the traditional forms of many religions would each claim that the others are wrong. It's a conundrum, to be sure. The world's great religions have been struggling with it ever since the Awakening. He offers you an apologetic smile. This is a problem that I cannot solve for you, young human. You'll have to find your own answers. It's creating opportunities for Algernon to explain things. Indeed. You've given me a lot to think about. It was my pleasure. Now, is there anything else that you need? I think I already spoke to him, or maybe the game forgot. I have many stories of dancing spirits and raging dragons, of unchecked magic and swarming chaos. All of these stories are true. As for the Kurtz Bazaar, I have always been here, quietly peddling my wares. It is a simple life, but a good one. Alright. But you know, I'm very much a lazy agnostic, I guess. You could put it that way. Or an omniversalist is what I would call myself. I believe that because of quantum mechanics, and because of the unknowable nature of creation of the universe and the multiverse and all that other shit, that all gods, all religions, all things must, at some point in the vastness of creation, whether it is within our realm or not, have a chance to exist. So, therefore, I cannot deny anyone their belief without firm proof of non-existence, which cannot be provided. So, you know, as long as you use it to be cool and live a better life and help other people instead of using it as a vessel for chaos to harm others and fuel your own doctrines, then who am I to stop you from believing what you want to believe? Religion is not a problem. Organized religion is a problem, because that's exactly what it gets used for, to control. Should not be used as a system of control. Kami. But I always had this theory that, like, whenever we get stories, you know, it's fun to imagine. Imagine a universe where the stories that we hear about, you know, like fucking, I don't know, Cthulhu. Like, all of this stuff is like bleed. So every other reality happens at the same time and at different times, all together and all apart. And sometimes those ideas bleed through and they become ideas in someone's brain in our universe, and then we write books and we think that we thought of it, but actually we're just interpreting ideas that may have happened somewhere already. Imagine that. Because what that lets you do, even if it seems totally crazy, first of all, this universe exists, so nothing you say to me is crazy anymore. And secondly, it's fun to imagine that you could go to another world. There's a whole fucking genre of anime based on it called isekai, right? It's like that. It's like the ultimate fantasy. By saying that everything has a possibility that it could exist, you could imagine scenarios wherein you might get to visit, even if that's fundamentally outside of the realm of our technologies and physics. And, you know, it may also be just completely fake and not true at all, and we may just be the only universe that exists for some reason, or we could all be living in a simulation. I guess, who am I to say either way? I don't know. Just a bit of a laugh, innit? Just a bit of a laugh. Kami brightens up as you approach her, grinning widely. Hey there, Altug was just telling me you were around. Oh, on this topic. It's important to distinguish that knowledge and belief are different categories, and this agnosticism is not incompatible with any belief as it concerns knowledge. That's interesting. The way I always thought of agnosticism in this most basic sense is to honor the possibility that gods may or may not exist. But then again, it's literally it is a rejection of Gnostic thought, isn't it? It's agnosticism. It's in the name. I was wondering who you might be willing to trade a story or two. Okay. Alright. What are you looking for? Well, you're new here. I know that you knew Monica, and I've got a vague idea about what went down the night she died, but I want to know what you think your most exciting adventure has ever been. Hang on, how the hell did you hear about that? Remember, I'm all tugs ears and hands outside of the cafe. We share a lot of intel, he and I. What's the story between you two, then? He glances away briefly before returning her gaze to you. I suppose I can tell you, if the Monica thing was a secret of yours, it's only fair I share one of my own. Currently knew he did not possess the devices or faculties to tell either way, and so we cannot know. Yeah. So by extension, what I say is that, yeah, we can't know that things do or don't, so maybe it's fun to just believe that they might. About possibility. I never really went to school, pretty much been a street kid as long as I can remember, and there was so much to learn from people outside of school that I never really bothered. Makes it difficult to get a job. So as all good street kids do, I chose a place to haunt with my friends and always hung out there. That was Altug's cafe, and he was super nice about me and mine. I felt more comfortable with him than I ever did mind Vata. Her eyes narrow only for the briefest moment at the word, and we talked a lot when I was waiting around for my friends. He must have been fairly comfortable with me too, otherwise he wouldn't have offered me a job. What is it that you do, really? Technically I'm the barista, but like I said before, ears and hands. I run his errands, I gather gossip, and sometimes I even make coffee. I much prefer his hookah options though, real coffee makes me feel paranoid. Speaking of which, I should probably get back to work. See you around. Okay, we'll get more out of you later. Oh, I forgot that this hipster guy gave me a job. I'll go and do that later. This hipster beat poet. Welcome back, other deaf and dim. How may I serve you? Oh, he had a voice, didn't he? How may I serve you? What is this? Makaslikov. Got that drone fixed yet? I do, just before you arrived. There's a complication though. What is it? This drone's got a custom IO stack on it. Someone wrote code that sits on the bootloader and configures the drone to only accept commands from a specific user. That thing works like a computer virus, so there's no way I can rip it out unless I got another brain from this model of drone. Before you ask, yes, I looked into that. Problem is, this is a stolen corp drone, a discontinued model of a stolen corp drone. There are no parts for this thing on the market around here, so unless you know who locked this thing up so tightly, you're not going to get more use out of it than a doorstop. Check. Well, I'll ask around for its ownie. Thanks. Right. Can we save? Now that I've spoken to 1,000 people. Yes. Perfect. Let's see if we can squeeze some more stories out of our boys. Puts eyes wide when he sees the drone you're carrying, he looks anxious. Oh, hey Chief, how's it going? How's it going? He's gonna be the Mad Maxi guy. Timely provided. Yes. I found this drone in that hotel vault. Does it belong to you? Yeah, Chief, that's mine. I didn't want to say anything at the time, since it was my idea to have you loot the vault in the first place. What was it doing in there? It's my personal drone. Good to have something to hide behind when you're on a solo decking run, you know? Buster took it away from me when she seized control of the Schwarzherzen. I've been hoping to get it back ever since. I've got to say, Chief, it hurt me to see her all banged up there like she was. Looked like Luster and had a few of her goons take turns on me baby with a baseball bat. But it looks like you've got her up and running again. How do you manage that? I'm pretty good with a wrench, but the damn thing won't obey my commands. I'm not gonna lie to him. I'll let fix your drone. Score. So, can I have it back? Sure. It's no use to me anyway. Blitz just got drone abilities. Hehehehe. Maybe I will take you out on the next run, eh? How about that? Bocce chance, I was hoping I'd see you. Do you have another run lined up for us yet? I'm strapped for cash. Why the hell are you strapped for cash? With the amount of work we've been doing, you should be rolling a new done job. What can I say, Chief? He tries a thoroughly unconvincing smile, but immediately seems to think better of it. The anxious look returns to his face. I have expensive tastes. How expensive are we talking here? Even if you had a raging cram habit, I think you'd have at least some money left. Expensive. Truth be told, I'm in debt. Debt to who? He hesitates before responding. When he does this, his voice carries an edge of annoyance. No offence, but this is getting a little too personal, Chief. My debts are none of your business. If some Bucky sends his thugs here looking for you, it's going to become my business, so talk now. Alright, fine. First off, you don't need to worry about anyone coming after me. My debts are to a bunch of old contacts. If I don't pay them, I'm going to lose them, and in this line of work, it isn't smart to burn bridges. Second, before you ask, those debts are for services rendered. I was in a tight spot. I needed some help, and I threw around a lot of IOUs to get it. Third and finally, the trouble I was in involved a girl. I'll tell you about it if you ask me to, but we are verging deep into personal feelings territory, so if you don't want to hear me sub over me ex-girlfriend, we'll drop the subject now. So it's up to you, Chief. You really want to go down this road? Or shall we keep this relationship professional? I'm gonna go down that road. Of course I am, but I'm gonna go and get a drink first, because I'm gonna need one for this. Oh, baby. I should return anonymously. Cold Fosters for this, Blitzy boy, and maybe some shrimp on the old barbie, indeed. My head is woolly and full of bleh, it's still stuffy. Still stuffy. But it's more like the hay fever I didn't have until last year now. Right, here we go. Story time, fellas. Folks. Souls. You're clearly preoccupied with this in our line of work. Preoccupied can get you killed. Blitz meets your gaze for a moment and looks away and sighs. Alright, where to begin? I met Emily in Dragon Keeper. She was the first person who was ever more important to me than myself. I was crazy about her, Chief. To this day, she's the only person I've ever met who could out-deck me. And the real kicker is that she wasn't even a decker by trade. There was nothing she wasn't good at. I like to dabble in rigging, but Emily, that girl could pick up anything that she set her mind to. Sounds like a hell of a girl. She was. She made things right. No matter how stupid I was, no matter what I got myself into, she made it right. I don't think much of many people, Chief. Emotional attachments aren't really my thing. Love seems like a diluted word these days, so I won't waste it on Emily. Let's just say that she was important to me. And then I lost her. I didn't know what was happening. It came out of nowhere, and one day she was just gone, along with most of my decking gear. The only explanation was a handwritten note on old-fashioned paper. Leave me alone. That was it. We've been together for years, and that was all she left me. That and this beat-up old cyber deck. Naturally I freaked. We'd had our share of arguments, but we'd never had a huge blowout or anything. I couldn't think of anything that would drive her to do a thing like that. Mostly I felt hurt, so I searched for her in the real world and in the Matrix, and when that turned up nothing, I started tapping my contacts. And that was when I started racking up debt. Ah, and so did you find her? No, she's gone, Botchy Chance, without a trace. I looked high, I looked low, poked into everything I could think of, and my contacts did the same. He shakes his head. He's gone, Chief. At this point, I've accepted that, but I still have to repay those debts. I'm surprised you've given up so easily. There must be some place you haven't looked. He blinked. I don't know, Botchy Chance. I really did look everywhere, and at great personal cost. If she means that much to you, you owe it to yourself to try. I felt like a Matt Berry line. I watched all What We Do in the Shadows, all of it, over last weekend when I was sick, and I wasn't. I was very pleased with Matt Berry's performance over it. I'm a big fan of his anyway, but now he's like fresh in my mind, so you'll have to forgive me if he starts popping out a little bit. Oh, it was very good. The third season is wonderful. They introduce a character. I can't remember. Is it the third season? Is I can't remember. The third season is the stuff with like the Vampire Council and all that. I don't remember, but you know, I watched all of it in like one big binge session, so I'm trying to separate it. But yeah, it's a good show. You might be right. Fuck, I thought I was done with this, but you're right. Without some kind of closure, I'm never going to be at peace with this. Pay your debts, but you're just going to drag him up again, buddy. Thanks for the talk, Chief. I'll let you know how it goes. You do that, Blades. Because, like, please don't. I'm done talking to you. Dog! Pet. Tally. We already watched all the Deeve does, so I don't think I need to do that. Media tray slides out of its battered plastic case. Load the second DVD. I can't remember if we did all these or not. No, I think this is new stuff. Oh god, here we go. For the past 5 hours, I've been poking around some of the crazy fringe theories relating to dragons and the socks. As a reminder, the socks is an irradiated wasteland between France and Germany. It got turned off back in 2008 after the Cannon Go reactor meltdown. Anyway, there are all kinds of rumours floating around about the place. I've heard stories about a walled city in there that operates on a survival of the fittest kill or be killed basis. Sort of like a nightmare inversion of Berlin. All the anarchy, but none of the stability that the F-state provides. Radiation poisoning, cancer, and matter pollution are just the icing on the cake. So when Adrian helped the Luftwaffe's shoot First Finger down, she crashed into the socks. That much is well known. What isn't as well known, the modern day myths that have arisen about her since, and tonight I've heard an earful. I chatted up a girl who claimed to be a ghost rat. That's a smuggler that operates in the socks. She told me about a dragon cult about the disciples of cleaning fire. Of their cleaning fire. Apparently these cultists worship some sort of radioactive ghost dragon. Could be Feuerfinger or it could be nothing, but it's worth digging into all the same. Another thing that my little ghost rat told me, the popular rumour in the socks, is that Feuerfinger's astral form was, I guess you'd say, mutated by all of that background radiation. Some of the glowpunks out there say that she's dead. Or that she shed her body like an old coat. Others say she's trapped, doomed to languish as an intangible radioactive ghost. I don't know how much credence to give any of this. After all, I don't have any proof that my ghost rat is even a ghost rat. She might be, but then she could also be a run-of-the-mill glowpunk, or maybe she's just yanking my chain, and she's never been into the socks at all. Who knows? Well, it's food for thought, anyway. I don't know whether the thought of some radioactive ghost dragon thing is any scarier than a genuine dragon is, but it's interesting all the same. Now, the big question is, will any of this get me any closer to finding Adrian? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no, but you never can tell. Radioactive ghost dragon. Alright, let's continue thinking outside the box. After the Dragonfall, the great dragon Kaltenstein came flying to the Sox to rescue the Firewing, but he was driven off, some say killed, by Lofwyr and Nebelhair. So, what if there's another dragon involved in all of this? Winters grabs a thick leather-bound tome from a shelf behind him, licks a finger, and begins to leaf through it. Alright, so let's run down the list of magic dragons that could be helping her. First, there's the Golden Worm, Lofwyr. The CEO of Seda Krupp, and quite possibly the single most dangerous being on Earth. Oh, I see. Dragons just get jobs now. Lofwyr's a local boy, so he'd be in position to help Feuerfinger. He certainly has the financial capability to help her. He could send a small army into the Sox if he wanted to. So he's definitely got the means, but I can't see how he'd have the motive. He actively prevented the Firewing's rescue back in 2012 after all. Same thing is true for Nebelhair, so let's scratch them both of them off the list. We've got Aiden, the great Siraj. He's operating out of Turkey. By all accounts, he's not a fan of Lofwyr. They're actively competing for territory in the Middle East, so I suppose that could be considered motive. Reviving the Firewing might cause problems for the Golden Worm. But would he risk a war with Seda Krupp by straying into Lofwyr's territory? Again, I don't think it's likely. There's another page. There's Saladir out in Wales. If that's Welsh. I feel like this is a reference to Cellar Door. Anyway, Saladir out in Wales is pretty heavily invested in Transys Neuronet, so he's got the money, but he's too busy dealing with the BTL killer scandal that Transys is going through out in London to get his claws dirty in the Sox. Dunkersarn out in the UCAS, the university place. Oh, it's UCLan. What's UCAS? That's something to do with English University. I forget. Oh, it's like fucking card. You get the UCAS card that gives you discounts. He pauses, he shakes his head, then he slams the tome shut. No, this is a waste of time. The more I think about it, the more convinced I am. The Firewing is acting alone. Dragons don't cooperate unless they absolutely have to. That's America in Shadowrun. I see. UCAS is where the original Shadowrun game is set. Ah. Hello, Adente. After all, why bother making nice with your equals when you've got an entire planet full of pawns at your disposal? They don't need to work together, they have us to exploit. Yeah, creep it up there. Winters... Oh, okay, let's go through the rest of these. The crack is corrupted. Okay. The file is partially garbled. You can recognize a few words here and there, but they're interspersed amidst a solid block of corrupted text. Okay, still my big brother, I guess. I'm still searching for you. I swear that I'll find it's the last time. I've got new research. I don't know what's going to happen. Whatever. Corrupted. Screen goes black and the same digital chime that you heard on the Dragonfall DVD plays again. A cackle of static fills the air, followed by the same now familiar electronic whine. A few moments later, the display goes live. Vauclair looks haggard, his eyes are heavily bagged and bloodshot, and his hair is mussed. He holds a cigarette in an unsteady hand.
Hermie! It's me! I can't sleep!
No, I can't do that. I'll die.
I don't know where you are, out having fun, no doubt. Maybe flirting with one of those unattainable beauties that you're always chasing.
He tries on a smile, but it quickly disappears. He takes a drag on his cigarette.
That's good. I want you to live a pleasant, noble life. After all, one of us should.
Vauclair rubs his eyes.
I can still smell the smoke, Hermie. It's almost a year later, and I can still taste the stench of burning corpses. When I sleep, I can hear the sirens and the screams. There's no sound in this world as horrible as a burn victim's screams. The doctors would call this PTSD, I'm sure. They'd have me in therapy, maybe dose me up on SSRIs like they do our veteran soldiers. Quite a story for the tabloids, the great dragon slayer. Adrian Vauclair, mentally incapable of wrestling with his own demons. No therapy for me, and certainly no medication. I have a reputation to live up to, however poorly deserved it is, and however little I want it.
Pippi.
The dragon is still alive, Hermie, of that I'm certain. One day I will find her, and then perhaps I'll be able to sleep through the night.
Well, that was it. We watched the DVDs. What about Diet Rich? You know what? I'm going to come back to Diet Rich. Because he's like a palate cleanser. Iger! Challenge conversation. As you approach, Iger turns to face you. A rifle has been field stripped and is lying in pieces on a sheet of butcher paper. Arranged in a neat row along the edge of the paper are bottles of copper solvent, bore cleaner, and a lighter fluid. Our fearless leader returns. What do you need? Any thoughts about the last run? After all, the moral ambiguity that we've been wading through, hitting Humanus was incredibly satisfying. What they had planned, it makes my blood boil just thinking about it. You said you had concerns about me. I'd like you to voice them. He shrugs. Alright, if that's what you want. You're green, Bocchi-chance. Too green to lead this team. That's my professional assessment, and yeah, I'm concerned about the situation. You can alleviate those concerns by doing your job and doing it well. The only thing that'll fix this is time. I'm not gonna let history repeat itself, Bocchi-chance. That won't happen on my watch. Worry all you want. This team is going to succeed with or without you. You've got the right attitude. Maybe my concerns are misplaced, or maybe you're just telling me what I want to hear. Only time will tell. It's true. I mean, you're powerful, but I can replace you. At the end of the day, I'm trying to get jobs done. Gotta get back to cleaning my rifle now. You said you didn't want to see history repeat itself. What exactly did you mean by that? I'd rather not go into it. I wasn't talking about Monica, if that's what you're thinking. Let's just say that I've had the bad luck with underexperienced teammates and leave it at that. I'd like to hear about your time in the KSK. No, I'm not in the habit of sharing war stories, Bocchi-chance, not with people who have never served. Doesn't have to be a war story. I just want a better idea of who I'm running with. She looks you in the eye for a moment, evaluating. Finally, she slugs. Alright, Bocchi-chance, you win. I owe everything to my time in the KSK, from my street name on down. So, you tell me what you want to know and we'll see where this goes. Tell me how you got your street name. Back when I was in basic training, a fellow recruit made a vulgar joke at my expense. He said that I reminded him of the north face of the Eiger, the Bernese Alps. Huge and beautiful, but dangerous to climb. His tone left little doubt as to what sort of climbing he had in mind. I think that he was trying to proposition me in his clumsy way, poking me in front of the other recruits to try to provoke a reaction. Anyway, he got one. I broke 3 of his ribs, and the name stuck. Fair play. Remind me not to proposition you. Either you tried to be cute or you've completely missed the point. Neither would surprise me. Yep. I had to say it. I didn't break his ribs because he propositioned me, Bocchi-chance. I'm not a goddamn savage. I put that recruit down because he demeaned me, and he did it in front of our peers. I'll cry you a river. You overreacted. No, I didn't. What I did was necessary, given the situation. If you can't see that, you're even more clueless than I thought. One way or another, I was getting saddled with the name Eiger. As soon as that idiot made his little joke, it was a foregone conclusion. My only choice in the matter was whether it happened under his terms or under mine. If I hadn't broken that twit's ribs, the name Eiger would have meant a difficult sexual conquest to a whole barracks full of recruits. That's what I would have been to them from that point on. Thanks to what I did, my new name's meant the troll who doesn't take shit from anyone instead. Good job. Tell me, Bocchi-chance, which would you rather be?
The second one. You did the right thing. Damn right I did. Out in the field, nothing will kill you faster than losing the respect of your team. I'd remember that if I were you. Sippy. You know, I go by that logic, I should have broken your ribs after Monica died. In your place, I would have. She looks you up and down, appraising you. Not that you'd have succeeded if you tried, but in terms of saving face, it would have done wonders. In all seriousness, Bocce Chance, I'm sorry that I put you in that position. I should not have, and I acknowledge that. Need anything else, or can I get back to prepping for our next round? I'm glad we finally get some Iger's story, actually, because she's just been this mystery character for now. Tell me about your team. Fair enough, I guess that you've earned it. There were 8 of us, 2 commando squads working together as a single unit. Schmidt and Lang were combat deckers. Wolf was our rigger and combat engineer. Fischer handled demolitions, Brom was a medic, and the rest of us, Metzger, Kruger and myself, were weapons experts. Our mission was extraterritorial, technically illegal, but important enough to justify the risk. Been sent across the border into Poland. The Russian mafia had set up a cottage industry in human trafficking, all along the Oder-Neisse line, and it was our job to disrupt it. Yeah, I don't have the brains to respond to that. Go on. We were a good team, experienced. We went through a lot together and we chalked up a lot of kills. In our own way, I'd like to think that we did some good. Who was in command? Metzger, best leader I've ever had the pleasure of serving under. He was a hell of a man. Her face clouds. But he went down with the rest of the team, everyone but me. What happened to the team? No, that's one story I won't be telling. They died, that's all you need to know. Alright, fair enough. Progress! Good talk, fearless leader. Progress! Yeah! Alright, who are you? Glory, let's have a conversation. Maybe we're like... Bocce Chance, the pleasure as always. Need anything from me? We had a conversation going before. Any thoughts about the last round? I have no strong feelings about the round one way or the other. Humanus is, of course, a horrible organization, but then so is every other target we've run against. To say that they deserved it would be redundant. Fair enough. Okay. But they did. They did deserve it. That said, I'll admit that I do enjoy a certain sense of satisfaction thinking about Styles' head breaking apart, so there's that. What, when he tripped over his shoes and hit it on the floor? How you doing, Glory? Golden as always, Bocce Chance. No problems here. You ready to tell me about that chrome you're sporting? I'm getting there, Bocce Chance, but you'll have to give me some time. The answers will come when they do. You said things went bad when you turned 14. I'd like to keep talking about that. No, I'd rather not. Why not? Because I don't see a reason to. The memories are unpleasant, and dredging them up doesn't serve any real purpose. You're wrong about that. The last time we talked, it had an impact on you. That's reason enough to continue. She pauses a moment to consider your words, a troubled look on her face. I suppose that's true. Feeling discomfort is better than feeling nothing at all. Alright, here's the deal, Bocce Chance. I'm going to talk. You listen. When I'm done, I'm done. No complaints and no arguments. And we'll see what happens. Deal? Sure. Right. The 1,000-meter stare creeps back into Glory's eyes. A moment later, she's locked away in her own head again, reliving memories that she'd long since filed away. So a few days after my 14th birthday, I began to express magically. Judging from what I saw in your aura, your awakening must have been an incredible thing. It was actually fairly standard. The real power didn't come until later, but we'll get to that. There is another long pause and Glory becomes more animated. Anyway, I turned 14. I awakened. I don't even remember how my parents found out about it anymore. I think that my dad caught me playing with a tiny city spirit that I coaxed out of a pile of garbage, something like that. With everything that happened afterward, those days are kind of a blur. What I do remember is my father's response to the revelation that his little girl was a witch, a hexa. He beat the living shit out of me with his fists, and then his belt, and then a claw hammer that he grabbed out of his toolbox. Little much. And while my mother was screaming and flailing at him, she took a couple of licks with the hammer too.
I'd very much like to murder your father. I'm not going to be mean. This is for you. I would. But I don't want to get in the way of your story. It's a miracle that you survived. I'm just lucky, I guess. So, finally, after what felt like an hour, Dad stopped tuning me up with the hammer. I had broken ribs, a busted arm, I couldn't see out of my left eye, my entire right side was covered with one giant bruise. I was bleeding all over the place, making a real mess of the carpet. That old bastard spat on me, his bleeding, crying daughter. He spat on me and told me that I was the Tifil ill, the devil's whore. Then he kicked me out of the house. As I was crawling away, my father told me that if he or any of his Kreuzritter brothers ever saw me again, they'd treat me as the Berlin chapter treats the enemies of God. If you're not familiar with how the Kreuzritters here in Berlin deal with heretics, it's decidedly less pretty than what my dad and his buddies did to their victims. I got the hint, and the next morning I hitched a ride out of Stuttgart. You're a human girl, presumably with an ID. Why didn't you go to a hospital?
Oh, I did, but not in Stuttgart. If I went to a local hospital with the kind of injuries that Dad gave me, there'd be questions, and I couldn't afford to stay in town any longer than I had to. Even my dad wound up getting arrested for beating me. Or if, the rest of the local Kreuzritters would have found me, and I'd have wound up skinned alive and thrown into the Neckar. I wound up in Tübingen. I figured I'd be safe enough, place where I could find medical attention, and maybe to call home. It's not far from Stuttgart, but it has a huge student community that I figured I could blend into, and the university there has a decent magic department. My ride dropped me off at the university hospital, and they patched me up pretty good. Had some questions for me about how I got so beaten up, but I lied and told them that I'd been mugged, which played nicely into my complete lack of cash credit and identification.
Glory paused for a moment and looked down at the floor, then fixes her eyes on you. She's visibly tense.
We're gonna fast forward through the next few years. I was a kid on the street. I got by as best I could, doing whatever I had to do. The rest we can leave it to your imagination, good?
You did what you had to do. I'm no stranger to that myself. I don't think anyone working in the shadows is.
Figured you'd understand. So anyway, I lived on the street for a few years. Got used to being hungry all the time. Got used to getting rained on. Got by. I was painfully aware that I had magical talents, but without any kind of training or guidance, I didn't really know how to use or develop them. Truth be told, they scared me, so I more or less ignored them. So it just sort of went like that, until a few days after my 17th birthday, then I met Marta, and everything changed. Marta was a sweet girl. At first, I took her for a street kid, like me. Her clothes were a little ratty, and she seemed comfortable being near me, but she also looked well fed and happy, and those were two things that I hadn't been in years. We started hanging out, and before I knew what was happening, I was in love. There was a genuine attraction between Marta and me, I think. But I also think that a lot of my affection for her came from the fact that she was the first person in years to give a damn about me. She cared, and I loved her for that.
Glory pauses. She looks flustered, her composure cracked. Keep going, Glory. She stares at you for a beat, then nods. A few rapid breaths later, she continues.
Martha told me about a place where she'd been hanging out. She invited me to join her there. It was called Fürstelle, at the fireplace, and it was sort of a commune for dispossessed youth. It turns out that a lot of the street kids I'd known over the years had moved there. The way they'd disappeared, I'd assumed that they'd been kidnapped or killed, or had gone back to their parents. But there they were. I remember being kind of angry about it. Like, how did everybody get the memo about this but me? Marta calmed me down. She was good at helping me work through my feelings, and I wound up following her to Fürstelle. To a street kid, it was basically paradise. The owner, a guy named Harrow, had set up this little farm just outside Tübingen in the Schönbuch forest. The Schönbuch is officially a nature park, but not many people go there nowadays. Too much fear of paranormal animals, I guess. Anyway, park or not, it was plenty big enough for us to hide in. It was also safe and pretty. The farm was well stocked with food. Most importantly, Fürstelle gave us a sense of community and a stability that we'd never had on the street, and we loved Harrow for that. He became like a surrogate father to us.
Glory pauses again, and you recognize the distinctive flush in her cheeks. She seems to have come out of her reverie once again.
That's enough for now. I need to process all of this, and I don't want to continue forward until I've had the chance to do that. I know this all happened years ago, but I guess it's still pretty raw to me. So I'm gonna ask you to give me some space for a while.
He turns away, that the frost creeps back into her voice. We can pick it back up later. Of course. Good progress. Any messages? Oh my god, okay. RE job, hijacked shipments. From Gunari Matbach. If you value new hardware coming into the Crits Bazaar, we need to talk. One of my weapons shipments was hijacked by a local gang. I can promise 500 yen, and if you can recover the shipment, I'll have some new gear on the shelf. Absolutely. The doctor. Come see me at Euralian's convenience. There is a matter we need to discuss. Okay. I don't think I need any pay dirt right now. Any jobs? You submit the job is finished and await your client's response. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. Here's your payment as promised. A second message. Alright, so 22.5 grand. Deductions for crew salary, ammunition resupply costs, automatic deduction for Alice funds. Remainder sent to Bocce's account. 3,750. Wonderful. Pending. Prototype extraction. Bocce-chan, here you will find the complete transcription of my conversation with Herr Schmidt, a potential client. As you will see, the details of the job are a bit more vague than I would like, but the payout is quite substantial. After reading the transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond to the affirmative, our client will be notified, and I will make all necessary preparations for the run. One other thing. Herr Schmidt provided me with a device to assist you on the run. He calls it a little black box, apparently. It can be used to compromise the power and security systems on the run site. If you opt to take the job, be sure to take it with you. Okay. Greetings, Herr Amsel. I trust that this connection is secure. Naturally, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Call me Herr Schmidt. Very well, Herr Schmidt. You have some business for me? Indeed. I have a job for your team. A simple matter. Judging by what I have heard of your team, I imagine that it will be well suited to the task. Go on. These interests that I represent have learnt that AG Chemi Europa is working on a company-wide project. Something very secret, very new. Reliable sources inform me that they are keeping a working prototype of this new venture at their Berlin facility. I see, and your employers wishes to acquire this prototype for them. Naturally. What is this project? If you want my team to grab the prototype for you, they'll need to know exactly what they're looking for. I'm not at liberty to say. I can tell you that the prototype has been branded Mark 6. I can also tell you that your team will find it on the 25th floor of the Berlin facility in the office of one Albrecht Haushofer. Further, I can assist your team in disabling building security and gaining access to the 24th floor. From there, however, they will be on their own. Such vagueness can be dangerous, Herr Schmidt. I will not commit my team to a run without better understanding of what the job entails. Facing such dangers is the purposes of a Shadowrunner, Herr Amsel. Your team will be rewarded handsomely for their services. My employees have set aside 20,000 nuyen for the job. Consider it hazard pay if you wish. Make it 25,000 nuyen or look somewhere else. 22,500 final offer. Very well, I'll pass your offer on to my team. Are there any further details that you can provide? Our chauffeur's office will be locked behind a vault door. The lock is old-fashioned, of the mechanical variety. I'll provide your team with a copy of the key. I will also supply you with a little black box, a solid-state device that your team can use to override a variety of building systems. Your team will enter through the facility's underground garage. When your team has acquired the Mark 6, have them exit through the same garage. I will have a van there waiting to extract them. Thank you, Herr Schmidt. I will pass your offer on to my team. Good day, Herr Amsel. Yeah. Gimme. Sounds exciting. Right. Last but not least, it's actually a CD of Mortal Kombat 6. I need you to go in and retrieve Mortal Kombat 6 for me. It's my favorite video game. Bocce Towns, welcome back. I have news for you. In your absence, I've been looking into the Harfield Manor. Whatever Feuerfinger is up to, it is both large-scale and well-funded. I've uncovered a money trail leading from holding companies all over the world to an offshore fund with a dummy address. From there, all of that freshly laundered money flows directly into the Harfield estate. Wait a second. Why would the dragon have investors? That doesn't make sense. It's doubtful that the Firewing's pawns even know where their money is going. This is typical of draconic plots, uncover a stream of money flowing behind the scenes, and there's a fair chance that you'll find a dragon at the receiving end of it. To a dragon, conspiracy is second nature. I suppose that makes sense. Alright, so the dragon has money. But Fiercefinger was different. She didn't scheme or plot, she acted. Yes, and look where it got her. When the Firewing launched her attack on humanity, it was an act of hubris. Gooberous. She lashed out because she didn't consider our species to be a threat. It would be equally hubristic for us to assume that she will make the same mistake twice. Derg Illuminati. Oh. I will continue digging into this while you and the team tackle your next run. With luck, I will have more information to share upon your return. Sounds good, Paul. One last thing, Bocce Town's merge was able to restore the readable surface of one of Green Winter's DVDs. If you'd like to take a look, you will find it sitting behind the player. Yeah, I already did that. Very good. Mallet is still working on the other DVDs from the bundle. Many of them are extensively damaged, and getting anything off them is proving to be quite a chore. She told me that she'll be in touch if and when she makes any headway. Just get them in a grinder. Shave a layer off. That's how we fix them. Or right, that was a bunch of a fucking shitload of ass-load of dialogue, and that's like the halfway point of my stream today, but I don't want to just end it on dialogue, you know what I mean? I'm gonna take the job from this guy and go and do it, because it's cheap, so it's probably short. I got your message about that missing shipment. How can I help? A gang from a nearby Kate's has been hijacking shipments bound for the Crates Bazaar, taking money out of our pockets. I could use your help to stop this from happening. Your dear departed Monica used to provide encryption and information control for the Crates Bazaar. Now that she's gone, we merchants have been having no end of trouble. The obvious answer is that a gang has been intercepting our communications. What kind of communications? Shipping manifest, payment orders, that kind of thing. A group with an agenda could use that information to set an ambush, and that's just what this gang has been doing. Several cargo trucks full of goods have already been hijacked en route to the Crates Bazaar. His chin is almost perfect cheeks, his butt chin. Like there's a little guy holding onto his face. Laurie's background though, it's rough. It's fucking rough. I hate stories like that because they're grounded in reality quite often. Not the magic part, but you know, the rest of it. I had a tracking device placed on the last shipment that I sent out. Containers full of weapons and medical supplies. Sure enough, it got taken. I've tracked it to Gesundbrunnen. If you've never been there, it's a key that's built out of an old U-Bahn station and some old bunkers. Rumour has it a new gang called the Rabengeister is holed up there. I suspect the two things are related. So I need you to go to Gesundbrunnen, find the Rabengeister, and get our goods back. I could offer you 500 yen for the task. And if you can recover our missing weapons shipment, I'll be able to sell you some better hardware too. Tell me about the Rabengeister. He frowns. Not much, I'm afraid. From what I've heard, the Rabengeister are tricky. They have a reputation for stirring up trouble and then disappearing without a trace. I would tread carefully in Gesundbrunnen if I were you. How do I get there? Just take the U-Bahn. The line still runs, though not many folks stop at Gesundbrunnen anymore. The market that used to be something of a tourist attraction, but I think they've fallen on hard times recently. I'll take care of it. Good, it's about time I had some new inventory come in. And one more thing, Bocce Chance. Gonna need you to go in the light on this one. Take a friend along if you like, but no more than one. If you spook them, they could trash the merchandise. Best go quiet. Best go soon too before the trail goes cold. Oh, one friend only, eh? Should be interesting. Healthy Springs, you say? Hi, I brought my dog just in case. Business, I have a job for you. I'm a little surprised you want to hire me. We haven't always seen eye to eye.
That's true, we haven't, but I'm confident that you're the right one for the job. Why? Because I know that you're in a bad spot, and I know that you're going to need all the help you can get if you want to claw your way back out of it. As it happens, I can supply some of that help in the form of cutting-edge biotech. Very helpful stuff for a runner in a bind. But before I can do that, you'll need to do this job for me. Alright. Good. Let's get down to brass tacks, shall we? Back before I emigrated here from my native Spain, I worked in partnership with a Berlin-based R&D lab. He's Spanish, but he sounds like this, I guess. The biotech they were developing was very hush-hush, very cutting-edge. Our arrangement was that I would bankroll their research, and they, in turn, would provide me with the unique merchandise to sell in my clinics. Clinics? You had more than one? Certainly. I must confess that before I moved to Berlin, I was something of a celebrity doctor. I had a chain of triage clinics that stretched from Bilbao to Madrid. I was a very wealthy man. But then my name was slandered, and the fickle mistress that is public perception turned against me. An ugly business, I assure you. Even talking about my fall from grace makes my stomach turn. The injustice of it all is almost too much to bear. Just how was your name slandered, and what did they accuse you of? Well, what didn't they? Theft, medical malpractice, the sale of stolen goods, other more colourful accusations that do not bear repeating. But then was that, and this is now. Oh, that was then, and this is now. What? I came here to Berlin to escape all that. Of course, I also moved here to be closer to the lab that I'd funded and the merchandise that I am owed. But let me guess, you want me to go fetch your merchandise? Yes, to find out what happened to the lab itself. The facility's locked down, you see, nearly impenetrable, and I have no idea why. And I was packing to move to Berlin, all was well. 16 hours later, I arrived to discover the building locked tight with my merchandise inside. The Turk Al-Turk has been running surveillance on the site since I set up shop here. In that time, no one has entered and no one has left. Whatever went wrong in there, it must have killed the research team. I want you to find a way into the building, recover the cybertech that they were developing, and find out what happened to the researchers in that order. Ah. Your merchandise has been sitting in this building for 2 years. Why don't you approach Monica about this? Who says that I didn't? I had a, let us say, tumultuous friendship with your dear departed Monica. We had our ups and downs, you see, and on this subject she was almost certainly down. That was her choice. I'm hoping you will be savvy enough not to make the same mistake. If the building's been abandoned, I'm surprised the lot it's sitting on hasn't been gobbled up by some corp or another. Don't be. Back when I was a wealthy man, before my legal troubles, I paid the lease for a decade in advance. And before you say anything, yes. It was a huge expense, but what's locked away inside of that lab is worth 10 times what I spent on it. I don't want anyone laying claim to it but me. Let's talk compensation. What's in this for me? I can't afford to pay you in union, and that's your own fault, by the way. You shut off a good chunk of my revenue when you pulled that stunt down in the sewers. But what I can do is give you first crack at any biotech that you recover from the site, and make it available to you at a discount. I don't see how that's my fault. And I don't really need your biotech. But you did say there were some things. Oh, Gesundbrunnen is Healthy Springs, I see. You did say Cyber did say there were some things that can be used to enhance me that don't take away from my humanity, so perhaps it's a good idea. He pays me an exposure. Exposure to what? That's my question. This is top of the line ware we're talking about, mind you, better than anything else I've got in stock, and because it's biotech, its essence loss from implanting it will be minimal. This is what I'm interested in. It's a win-win even for a mage like you. Yeah, okay, you got my ear. Alright. Excellent. The facility that you're looking for is the former laboratory of subtle bioscience. You take the U-Bahn to the Adenauerplatz, and you're sure to find it. Best of luck. Right, more missions. Look at all these fucking objectives we've got to complete. I've got a little bit of cash. I might hold on to it for these soft mods. But I would like to at least see if this guy's got anything new for us. I guess we increase the shop stocks by doing missions for them. That seems to be the way this is working, so I don't suppose I'll have anything new or interesting at Kramer's shop. Nah, don't worry about it, Cyber. I'm going to do the mission anyway because it's fun.
What are my spells? I have a level 1 power bolt. AP 1. Damage 6. Lightning bolt level 1. Stun bolt. Mana bolt. So I could upgrade that to a level 3. We've got way better outfits. Holy shit. I don't have enough spellcasting to get these yet, but I'm close. This would be a massive upgrade for us. Uh... 20 damage. Holy shit. Flamethrower. We only have spellcasting 5, I guess. $14, but with a cooldown of 3. Pierces armor. Let's get 2 more points for that. So I'm gonna probably buy this. Can also increase the power of my power bolt. Gonna wipe me out. What about this? I currently have armor. It's not showing. It's not my stash. +1 willpower, +1 spellcasting. I know that mine's only armor 2 for a start. It's this one. Willpower, charisma. Willpower, move speed. Willpower, spellcasting. I like this. To buy this. Bam! Now we're a cool mage. I don't think I need both of these. I love that the dog has an equip window. Okay. You wanna buy a power bolt knowledge even though you already have it? I don't really know how that works. Alright, yeah. Now we fancy. Much more powerful. And much more poor. To boot. Saving up for that. That's done. Okay. So why can't I now... There we go. Save. Put on my robe and wizard's hat. We got a gold shire. Yeah, I could do a short mission. And then move on to Final Fantasy. What are we gonna do? Locate Gunnari's missing shipments would be nice. I also need to do that missing Lucador stuff. Sorry, Lucador stuff. I'll do this. I can take one other person with me. I don't know how these people work, so I don't really want to take someone unfamiliar on a two-person mission. However, you know what? Some muscle would be good. We don't have a... Shall I take the Decker with me? Or shall I take the muscle with me? Who has all the heals? Or a sniper? This guy's like straight up a urban samurai. Oh, there is a street samurai class and it's her. He's just a mercenary. Look, I love Diet Rich, but I don't know when there's just two of us. I mean, there could be three if, or maybe if we use these, but he has really garbage damage generally. I find it. He's a support character. I'll take my combat medic and regret not having a Decker, I think. Just in case. And she can run like 1,000 miles, so... Sure. No guts, no glory. No glory, no guts. It is a short train ride to Gesundbrunnen. You exit the subway car, stepping into the old grungy platform. The place is deserted, though signs of life are everywhere. A gaping hole in the ceiling filters cool, hazy light in from above. To your right, a small plot of crops struggles to endure in the cold and the limited light of the station. Trash and junk litters the platform. It is clear this place hasn't had anything resembling a janitorial staff in quite some time. Somewhere in this old rundown U-Bahn station lies the entrance to Gesundbrunnen Kids and hopefully some leads on the whereabouts of the Rebengeister and Gunnar's missing shipment. I am good. You... put this away. I feel like I want to give her some stuff, but I can't. Ah. So yeah. Quickness +2 and AP +1 for 5 rounds. Seems really good. What is this? I've got that. Jazz hands. Yeah. Well, she's literally going to have jazz hands because she's going to use her injectors to power up her hands and then the jazz to make her hands even better. Like before, we give her a double buff and she just runs around and smacks everyone. The old fluorescent glow lights are barely keeping the plants alive. Almost no light from the surface makes it this far underground. The stairwell down looks to have completely collapsed. It's far enough, friend. An older man raises his hand, squinting as you approach. To his left, a young orc shifts his weight, resting one hand casually on a pistol at his hip. Both are dressed in what might be considered uniforms, but it is hard to tell for sure. We don't get many visitors down here these days, and you'll forgive me for saying, but, well, you don't really look like the type that usually comes through here. She looks fed for one thing. Oh, that's the orc. She looks fed for one thing. The older man snorts. Indeed. So what brings you to Gesundbrunnen, stranger? Not enough charisma. I'm from the Kurtz Bazaar. We think a gang in these parts calling themselves the Ribbongeister hijacked a shipment belonging to us. You hear about anything like that? I'm usually just straightforward. I don't feel really a reason to lie. I can fight my way out of any problems that we get. A gang, eh? The man looks over at his partner, then back at you warily. No, we keep security pretty tight around here. If a gang like that was running stuff through here, we'd have known about it. Now look, we don't want any trouble. Why don't you just move along and catch the next train back? The last thing I want is to cause any trouble. You look like you have to deal with more than enough of that. Do you mind if I just take a quick look around? The guys exchange glances again. After a moment, the old man steps aside. Well, alright, I suppose there's no harm in that. Just watch yourself, okay? If you cause a scene looking for this gang of yours, there's more to our little militia here than you want to mess with. Got it. Hello. Man, I am parched, said the orc. Get a sippy. Sippy! Quarren. The man before you is of average build and in nondescript dress. He is leaning against the old wooden cabinet reading a book. As you approach, he looks up and casts a warm smile in your direction. Guten Tag, the name's Quarren, friend. Can't say I have seen you around these parts before. Just passing through, or, I'm looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called the Rabbengeister? Certainly. They've been spinning quite a tale in these parts of late. Hard to know anything for sure, though. One rumor says the hijack fright out of Frankfurter Tor. They hijack fright out of Frankfurter Tor. Then the next day, you hear about a sighting down in Alexanderplatz. Hell, just yesterday, I heard someone claim that they saw a member of the Rabbengeister speed by in the U-Bahn tunnel, clinging to the side of a train car. Ha! Between you and me, that's probably a gang called Surf Turf. Strange ones, those. Surf and Turf. I heard they implant suction cups to their hands and feet. I guess they really like hitching rides on the U-Bahn trains? He shakes his head with amusement. That's the flux state for you, though, full of the strange and unexpected. What can you tell me about this place? Gesundbrunnen? Well, it's my home, for one, and we've got a small bar set up over here. But of course, you want to know about the market. His eyes light up. It used to be something to behold, my friend. One of the grandest markets in the city. You could find nearly anything in these stalls for the right price. It's a real shame. But little by little, things slowed down. Folks stopped taking the subway line so much. Alright, I've got a bunch of messages on my phone I have to check. Right, no, it's fine. Nur für Mitarbeiter. Heard that before. Oh, this. Employees, not for employees, or employees only? Something like that. Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? His face falls. Wish that I had, friend. It's too bad. This place used to be soaring with commerce. But now hardly anything passes through here, I'm afraid. Folks around here are lucky enough to have a full meal at the end of the day. Sorry to hear that. Hope things turn around for the better soon. Yeah, me too. Thanks for the friendly words, though. Most folks that come through here are either looking to bum a quick handout or to steal what they can before disappearing down the line. Can I do anything to help? No, I don't think so, friend, but thank you for the gesture. The man squints at you. He looks thoughtful. Have you ever heard the story of Schinderhannes? Nah, I'm not sure. Schinderhannes was an outlaw centuries ago, back in the Napoleonic days. See, Schinderhannes was a thief, a greedy one. If you believe the stories, he and his gang raided up and down the Rhine, stealing for themselves. But something happened. The people of the Rhineland, they were inspired by Schinderhannes. In time, they hailed him as a hero. He was stealing from their friends, you see. Haha. I think something happened then, something surprising even to Shinderhan. I think because of this, perhaps he became the hero people wanted him to be. Maybe he did start stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. I don't know. The history books are confusing to say the least. At any rate, the point is, friend, I think that maybe, if enough people believe something to be true, it can change the truth of that thing. Perhaps if enough people here in Gesundbrunnen have a hope to believe in, then our fate will change as well. Until then, well, we continue on. You seem like a pretty well-educated man. Why choose a life underground here in this place? Ah, fair question. Let's just say it was the best option at the time. At any rate, this is my home now, and I won't abandon it simply because it has grown somewhat older and poorer. Okay. The drawers look to be handmade out of rusty sheet metal. Nothing of value catches your eyes within. So these people are poor. They don't really have anything. And they live in an abandoned subway. But they made a lovely bar out of the place. Goldfish. That's a look. The woman starts a little at your approach, but she recovers quickly and beams brightly at you. The fox face on her headdress seems to grin as well. Her classically nasal American accent is obvious. Oh god, it told me what to do. Hey kiddo, share a drink with me? No thanks, just looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called the Rabengeister? The Raven Ghosts? Nope, never heard about anything like that. Sounds like something out of a fairy tale. I'm just traveling through. I heard there was a market, but, well, just look at this place. She waves her arm around in a wide circle, taking everything in from the sadly shimmying woman to the near-empty corridors outside. So I'm just having a drink with this fine gentleman here and then moving on. Where you from? California Free States. During the whole Europe tour thing, you know. Besides getting me out of that hellhole, it's been a real good learning experience. Had some fun, made some good friends. She clatters the ice around in her drink. You can smell the cheap gin from where you stand. But it's a hellhole everywhere these days. Can't drink enough to forget some of the things I've seen. I'm all for communism and anarchy and free love. But sometimes the F-state goes a little far. How do you mean? It's just the things like turf wars and the racists and junk, you know, like those humanist assholes. Unpleasant. But that shit aside, I like the idea of a state without the man. Listen, my name's Goldfish. What's yours? Call me Bocce-chance. Nice to meet you, Bocce-chance. Now that I've said my bit, where are you going? What are you doing in a place like this? I'm looking for something. My throat is really drying up. I might have to play Star Wars instead of Tactics to give my voice a break, as it usually happens. But I do want to play Tactics. Well, if I do that, I'll play Tactics tomorrow for like 4 hours, so I'll think about it. That Rabengeister thing, Raven Ghosts? Might be anything in Gesundbrunnen. Seems like everything and everyone and everything down here is a ghost. Ghosts of the past, ghost trains, ghostly fin boats, paled for lack of sunlight. I need sunlight too. I like to joke I photosynthesize, but it just gives me so much energy. Energy these people don't have anymore. Her expression grows stern for a moment as she stares into her gin and tonic. Maybe I've been down here too long. Maybe I'm a ghost too. Alright, that's it, Fräulein. You're officially cut off. Your total is 36 million. Can I at least buy something for my friend here? She's been talking to me a bit and hasn't had anything. No, you're cut off. I don't want you even sipping out of it. Dude, chill. Forget I asked. She turns to you with a shrug. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else, but thanks for being a pal. Sadly gyrating woman. Cheap gin. I don't really drink a lot of gin. In fact, I don't buy gin ever, but I've had it. And I really like the botanist out of all the gins that I tried. That's the one I would buy. Which is not a cheap gin, it's a little bit more than a cheap gin. Smells like something died in here and I didn't get to read that. Oh my god. Excuse me. I need to test gin with all of my essence. I never drank gin, and then one day I was at a pub and there was this guy who basically was doing like a gin tasting event, and some people pulled out, so it was like, you know what, I've got a space in my event. Oh, we've got like 2 spaces, me and a couple friends were there or whatever, so he had a couple spaces and he said £10 a piece and you get like 4 drinks out of it, and I went, sure, that sounds great. So I went to this event and he provided us with gins and tonics and various other things, and I learned the art, or at least some of the art, of making a gin and tonic and pairing up the different flavors, and they were all of the drinks that I made quite different in flavor and texture, even though it was just gin and tonic. And sometimes, you know, you put a bit of sugar in or you wrap a bit of oranger on the glass, but it really is quite subtle. But the flavors that came out of it were vastly different. So there's definitely one of those things where I'm like, I don't really buy gin, but if I did, I would have to make a good gin and tonic. Otherwise, it's like just drinking gin straight. That's not how you do it. That's like, you could do that with rum, or you can do that with whiskey or scotch, but I don't think it works for gin. It's the same internal distress for you as suddenly buying into licorice. I'm not a fan of licorice. Not at all. Hello there, newcomer. I have an exciting and rare weapons for you to peruse. Instruments of death. The sword you'll find nowhere nowhere else in Berlin. Care to take a look around? Despite the shopkeeper's claims, her inventory looks decidedly poor. Most of these weapons appear rusty and in ill repair. A particularly cobbled together pistol stands out from the bunch. Let's see what you have. The slapdash pistol. I mean, sure. Requires coast melee, cool sword, may do AP damage on crit. We're not really built for that, which is a shame. This is an SMG that has a 5 damage. We've got a 6 damage one. This is better than punching someone, but we don't have the stuff to use it, so. What's up with the shoddy-looking pistol? Exquisite, is it not? The work of a master craftsman who used to live here. Forged some of the finest slug throwers you'll find this side of the Atlantic. And at that price, a steal. Looks like a piece of junk. A discerning customer you are. Well, I have more traditional weapons for a woman of your tastes. I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's much here that would interest me. Well, it's been lean pickings lately around these parts, and on top of that, there's the militia. They need most of the best pieces to help keep us safe. Still, I've got some reliable weapons for home defense. Okay, I get it. This place is poor. You're big into licorice, including the ammonium chloride variety that non-Finn Swedes, Danes, Norwegians tend to not enjoy. I know that in Sweden, salted licorice is a thing, and I tried it once, and it was not good. I detested it somewhat more than regular licorice. Hi there, stranger. I got a sale on today. You interested in some rations, salvage, some home remedies? Yeah, that's the one, right? Gotcha. Ever heard of a gang called the Ravengeister? No, can't say that I have. Really? Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? The troll's eyes flicker back and forth. I don't know anything about weapons. I just sell scraps of salvage and home remedies. Well, thanks for your time. Tell me about these home remedies. It's just basics. Crate appears to have been pried hastily open. There's a partially torn shipping label on its helmet. The ink has worn off, but the word Kurtz Bazaar is still clearly visible. Okay. That's from the Kurtz Bazaar, huh? From the train that was taking it to the Kurtz Bazaar that somebody stole it from. These crates don't seem to be part of the shipment that was en route to the Kurtz Bazaar. No, they do not. You notice a set of scuff marks on the ground as if something heavy was dragged across here. The marks vanish into the wall. You find a small seam in the wall that suggests there might be a passageway hidden in the wall here, but you can spot no clear mechanism for opening it. Maybe we should ask around. This looks like the place, so I'm sure someone might spill the beans. I mean, Glory's pretty strong, right? 6 strength. She could do it. The areas are extreme disrepair. Water is flooding out of the walls and stagnating in pools on the tile floor. You can smell the mildew from here. Nice. This appears to be an old U-Bahn information terminal. Judging by the system's design in current condition, it is quite old. The machine makes a series of sputtering sounds as the dust-covered screen flickers dimly to light. It seems to be on a loop cycle. The screen goes dark as the machine begins to emit a bizarre variety of clicking and chirping sounds. After an indeterminate amount of time, the screen finally shudders back to life. Lots of corrupted data. Station history. Opened on April 18th, 1930 as the final stop on the U-Bahn's U8 line. It was designed by prominent U-Bahn architect Alfred Grenander. Construction of the U8 line began in 1914 under Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft, but labour shortages in the First World War put the project on hold for over a decade. The eventual completion and opening of this home line between Neukölln and Gesundbrunnen in 1930 represented a major step towards connecting Berlin's working-class districts to the city centre. Okay. During World War II, many unfinished terminals and stations along the U8 line were converted into air raid shelters, including parts of the Gesundbrunnen station. In the decades following the war, the station also served as an emergency fallout shelter in the event of nuclear attack. During the Cold War, the U8 line continued to run between Neukölln and Gesundbrunnen, taking it under the wall and through parts of East Berlin. The train would skip all East Berlin stations until it emerged on the far side near Gesundbrunnen. Half bad what my pronunciation. To be honest, it was more a case of I'm just having a trouble reading it. The text is all blurring up for me in my eyes. It's more that I can't see it than anything. Today, the U8 line continues to operate, carrying thousands of passengers through Gesundbrunnen station on a daily basis. But you know what? I'll take it. In addition, the former bunker at this location has been transformed into a popular museum exhibit showcasing the history and development of Berlin's underworld. Please inquire at the information kiosk for current museum rates and a house of admittance. I want another crack at it. What was it? Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft. Elektrizitäts. Right, there we go. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I don't really know any German. I did it in school, but I was terrible at it. You start to press the 4 key only to realise the key is missing from the keyboard. A thick layer of grime and dust rests in its place. So take the 3 key and put it on the 4 key and press it again. Please enter your custom query string now. Frequently asked questions. Yeah, frequently asked questions. Are there any gangs? It's fucking idiot. Militia cat. Guten Tag. I'm looking for a gang called the Rabengeister. Ever heard of them? No. And I wouldn't suggest asking questions about such things around here. End of conversation. You look like you keep a close eye on this, kids. Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? No, I would have noticed that. Don't talk much, do you? What's up with those scuff marks on the ground over there by the information kiosk? I wouldn't know, I'm not in charge of the cleaning around here. Hell, nobody is these days. The way things have been going, hopefully our luck will turn sooner or later. It'd be nice to take some pride in this place again. Well, good luck with that. I'll be going now. I don't know. I think the gang is helping these people. And I think I'm gonna have to try and get these weapons back without killing everyone. It takes some doing, but your teammate manages to force open the false wall. The hinges give way with a scrape and a crunch, and the passage behind is revealed. Good job, Glory. I knew bringing muscle was a good idea. This is the same menu but at the market, but the friendliness is gone from his face, and its place is a cold, unwavering gaze. You should have stuck to the market, stranger. If the Rabengeister wished to be found, would open a fucking cafe. Now what do you want of us? Say your piece. Ah, I'm from the Crits Bazaar. You stole a shipment of supplies bound for our kids, and we want it back. He stares you down for a long moment, then breaks into a chuckle. Guess we were a little careless on that one. I figured with Monica Schaefer gone, the Crits Bazaar would be on an easy score. So that's why you're here? We stole your supplies, now you want them back? That shipment belonged to us, I'm not leaving without it. Which I completely understand, stranger, believe me, but unfortunately we need the supplies more than you do, so I will have to so graciously decline your offer to relieve us of your property. I can see things are hard around here, but I have to look of my own. I'll shoot you in the face. We have to look out for my own kids, and that shipment belongs to us. Not from where I'm standing. Look, there's no need for bloodshed. I'll tell you what. It seems like you know what it's like to look out for kids like this. It's not easy, right? We provide for these people. A hole like that shipment keeps Gesundbrunnen from going hungry just a little while longer. It's our home. These are our people. I suspect you feel the same about the Kurtz Bazaar. So I'm prepared to let you leave just like that, knowing our little secret here and everything. In return, all you need to do is walk away. Just walk away and forget this ever happened. What do you think, stranger? Oh, I've got some charisma I can use for once. Yay! Well, actually, that's twice today, but I like it when a stat pops up that I have enough to use of. I think in the flux, folks like us need to stick together. Why stay strangers? Maybe we can come to an arrangement that could benefit both of our kids. I'm listening. Oh. You return our supplies, we send you a shipment of extra rations in exchange. We agree to a truce of sorts. Let's see, that's an interesting offer, friend. The rations alone probably won't match the price of the weapons, but, well, food is in short supply around here. And this alliance, what do you propose? We agree to stay out of each other's way, and maybe we find opportunities to help each other out in the future. He pauses for a long moment, then cracks a smile. Very well, I suppose that's worth the price of a crate of guns. Your medical supplies are already mostly gone, I'm afraid, but the weapons shipment is still being held in a locker at Frankfurter Tor. I'll have it sent back to the Cruz Bazaar immediately. And you'll deliver those rations? Take the tunnel to the Cruz Bazaar and talk to Paul Hounslow. He runs an import-export shop not far from the U-Bahn station. Tell him I sent you, and he'll take care of the rest. Well, well. Maybe things are looking up around here. I suppose friends and enemies both can be found in strange ways here in the Flux. Glad we could have this talk, Corey, and I'll be going now. Take care, stranger. I'll be going after I look around your house. Maybe I could steal some shit. After I take these 6 random items from your bin, indeed. Hey, want a beer? Sure. Yes! I'm gonna hold on to this. Victory is ours. As technology does beer. Yeah, I don't know anything about Shadowrun outside of this game, so that goes over my head. What this? Welded shut. Oh, okay. Apple brand beer. Google beer. Yeah, I don't sound right. That's your point. Yeah, okay. This is what I figured. It's like kind of like Google beer. Gotcha. Google brew. Just one sip, and we know everything about your body's internals. It uploads to the cloud, and then we can sell you more products. You need some weapons, some ammunition, perhaps? I have took care of that business with the Rabengeister. They won't be hijacking our shipments anymore. Yes, this much I know already. The missing shipment arrived just before you did. Well, that's fast. Though I barely caught a glimpse of those who delivered it. How were you able to manage that? I made an arrangement with their leader and they agreed to return the weapons. And you've accomplished all of this through diplomacy. Interesting. It is, well, it is not what I would have done, but perhaps that's for the best. Here's your payment as promised, and should you need new weapons thanks to you, I have some merchandise available. Would you like to take a look? Excuse me, I'll take one more look. Ranged combat. High ranged combat. He has indeed got some new guns available. Ranged combat 5. An engram. According to your beer metadata, you could really use some of those medical products for the digestive tract. That's where it's going. Nanomachine, son. This is pretty good. It's a lot better than what I've got. I've got this. But if I can get as high as an 11 by getting a couple ranged combat points, maybe... Nah, I want to get more magic points, though. I think I do want to upgrade. Think about that. One more ranged combat will be enough. That's not that expensive. But the extra spell casting means much stronger spells. You know what? Screw it. Maybe I'll hold off until this medical mission is, excuse me, done, because a data jack gun might be a possibility after that point. Browning high power. It's good, but they nerf the damage eclipse slice. Huh. I might just keep playing this for a little bit because I want to do a shooty. This one. The rifle was good last time. But gonna leave Dietrich. Give him a day off. So I don't end up using these on this little side mission. But I want to take my Decker with me on this one. The ride to the Adenauer Platz is a dismal one. Your only company on the train is an elderly dwarf in a ragged peacoat, and he spends most of his time muttering to himself. When the train rattles to a stop, he slowly rises from his perch and begins to hobble toward the doorway. The station itself isn't much different, an old broken-down thing at the end of its usual life, feebly tottering towards obsolescence. The area of Berlin has clearly seen better days. A window of light shines down from the surface, and even that looks stale. Slowly you begin to climb. Powerball. You've got your drone repair kit and a drone now, Max. And a fucking load of drugs. Jesus Christ, man. Have another one. Glory, I do want to give you the jazz again. Hey, good. Yeah, you can have some nitro just in case. He took his party kit. It's how he got the name Blitz. He's like permanently blitzed. The streets above the Adenauer Platz are dark and dismal. This keeps has seen better days. Everything here reeks of economic depression and faded glory. Looming above you is a fortress-like, seemingly impregnable facility. The windows have been shuttered with enormous steel panels, lending the entire building a sinister appearance. That's our target, subtle in bioscience. I wonder what happened in there. It might still be happening for all we know. There's a cheerful thought. Come on, Chief, let's get this over with. Let's go. Is that your drone? Is that Max? This pile of trash is steaming. Fetid waves of stench wash over you as you draw near. God damn, that's rank. I'll stay back here if you don't mind. I've better things to do than dig through a pile of decomposing trash. It might not be decomposition. That steam could be coming from a grate or a vent under the pile. Yeah, well, I ain't touching it. Move the trash aside. The garbage pile was concealing a small HVAC vent. The steam that pours from it smells much cleaner now that it isn't being filtered through a heap of filth. A dwarf might be able to fit inside the vent, but nothing larger. Send in a drone? Wow, I'm glad I brought him with us. At the end of the duct you find a maintenance panel that was designed with a big chunky handle suitable for drone operation. Behind the hatch you find a great rat's nest of monofilament wires. Each wire snakes over and around the others to connect to a different endpoint. Thankfully all the endpoints are labelled. It doesn't take long to find the wire that governs the power locks for the building's front door. After a few seconds of fiddling with the wires, you are rewarded with a bright flash and a wisp of oily blue smoke. The light next to the words Lock Status Door F fizzles out. The street level door should be accessible now. Now then. Locate the experimental bioware. Resident Evil, Umbrella Labs. This terminal appears to contain an inventory control system for Subtolin Biosciences merchandise. The items are spelled out in amber lettering against a solid black background. A glowing cursor awaits your input. Tissue banks, organ farm, breakdown analysis, replication, fabrication, contract fulfillment, special projects. This entry provides a complete breakdown of the standard organs that are being grown in the organic chemistry wing of Subtolin Bioscience. It seems that the lab was outfitted with the capacity to mass produce vat-grown metahuman organs, including hearts, kidneys, livers and lungs. This material would then be used for testing purposes. This entry contains a complete log of studies performed by Subtolin employees on the products of competing biotech companies. Bioware samples by Universal Omnitech, Shiawase, Proteus AG, and Biogene have all gone under the knife here, and the results of each dissection have been meticulously recorded. This entry contains notes on Subtolin's attempts to replicate products that had previously dissected and studied. According to the information here, Subtolin had achieved a shocking level of success at producing generic versions of a wide variety of commercial and restricted Bioware products. These knockoff products were commissioned by an outside investor and had been moved into cold storage in the executive wing pending transport. This entry contains a complete breakdown of the organs waiting in cold storage to be claimed by clients and investors. Scanning over the list, you see a number of high-end security level enhancements in inventory. Bioware like this would normally run tens and thousands of million. If this was what Esquibel was commissioning Subtolin to produce, he could undercut all of his competitors and still make an ungodly profit. This entry details a number of projects that involve invasive testing on awakened animals. There are listings for a number of hellhounds, including their complete medical histories. It appears that most of the experimental procedures listed were performed on a subject named Billy, but who, or what Billy might be, has been left undisclosed. I suspect we're probably going to find out who or what Billy is at some point during this particular venture. Billy. This terminal governs the animal testing wing of Subtolin Bioscience. Data entries concerning animal test subjects and the procedures performed upon them fill the menu screen. Hellhound testing protocols. This entry contains notes on a variety of invasive test procedures that were performed on a kennel of hellhound test subjects. There are several memos appended to the file. Apparently the scientists working in the animal testing wing were less convinced that working with dangerous fire-breathing animals would yield useful results than the executives were. Funny that. This entry covers various forms of experimentation and testing performed on Subtolin's prized possession, a rare albino basilisk acquired from an exotic animals dealer in Portugal. Is that Billy? It appears that the basilisk was being used as the primary focus of a passion project at Subtolin, an attempt to create a magically active piece of Bioware. With the executives in charge of the project felt that a basilisk would make an appropriate test subject is not clarified. The list of procedures performed on the creature is extensive, including a series of anesthetized thoracic surgeries. Thorax surgery. Don't do that without anesthetics. Locked shit in here. Door is hermetically sealed. Months of disuse have left it covered in a thick coat of dust. A simple swipe key access system has been mounted into the door frame. Block letters on the system's case read executive clearance only. But what if I was Blitz? Guess not. Decking 4. Get a decker to hack the panel. There we go. The door is locked by a high-tech maglock. With a swipe key access system at the status screen indicates the lock has been overridden by a local computer. Your hack successfully unlocks the door. Nice job, Decker. Oh, shit. Robots! But we do a lot of damage now. Oh, that's one down. Twist the razor a bit for more internal damage. Extra bleed damage. Okay, let's use this on a robot. Nice. Let's see here. What do we got here? 44 new yen. A wide-eyed young man is in a tattered lab coat confronts you. His beard is bushy and unkempt, but bare patches of skin show through. You there! Who are you? He starts towards you, his hands twitching. How dare you enter my domain? Easy, pal. I thought this lab was abandoned. Abandoned? This is my territory, my home! You're an invader in my territory, madam, and you have murdered my peasantry. Yeah, you've got a live one here, chief. You're a murderer, a monster. You will pay. Hold up. Who are you? I am Philip Rex, the Night King of Subtle in Bioscience. I will have you banished for your transgressions, madam. Banished to the underworld and left to the ravages of the all-powerful Billy. Hold still while I fetch the robots that will banish you. Slow down there, Night King. What are you talking about? Your presence opened fire on me. I destroyed them in self-defense. Yeah. Say the first one. I'm a sovereign ruler of this building, now and forever. He puts his chest out even further. By right of succession, but former laboratories of subtle in bioscience belong to me. Succession? Who died? His eyes bulge. Everybody! Everybody but me!
Once I shared authority with another, my dear friend Heiner. Our Duumvirate led this building into a golden age. Together, we liberated the animal testing labs and annexed them into our territory. But then Heiner got eaten by Billy, and the burden of leadership fell on my shoulders. I did my best to make life good for the peasantry. I scrubbed their plastic cases on a daily basis, and I crooned pleasing melodies to ease their troubled minds. But those days are over now. My peasants are dead. You destroyed something beautiful. Alright, sire, I'm sorry about your peasants, but I'm on an important quest. The grief on his face instantly vanishes. What replaces it looks like curiosity. Oh! Well, that changes everything. Perilous quests and civilian casualties go together like chocolate and peanut butter. I can't stay mad at you for that. Tell me about this quest of yours, good madam. Leave nothing to the imagination. He leans forward, smiling. You have my rapt attention. I need to get my hands on the Bioware prototypes that are being stored in the executive wing. His eyes go wide. The executive wing! Madness! Take this as a warning, normal stranger. Normal? Noble stranger. If you intend to forge your way into that land of milk and honey, you do so at your own peril. The underworld stands between you and your goal, and the underworld is home to the murderous Billy. I think I've read about this Billy. He was Sutherland's albino basilisk, right? Was is right. Now he's so much more. A creature of legend. Years of experimentation have remade the beast into the ultimate killing machine. He's smarter than 10 men and 5 times as deadly. If this Billy is standing in my way, I guess I'll have to kill him. A fool's errand. Heiner tried to kill Billy once. He thought that by eating the beast we could steal its power. Hubris. Billy devoured my friend for his insolence, and the last remaining copy of Keycard E was lost. He was a beautiful fool, that Heiner. I told him that we didn't need to eat Billy, that we could survive indefinitely on synthesized cardiac tissue and choco nubs. But he wouldn't listen, and Keycard E was lost, and without it I can no longer access the executive wing and its expansive snack bar. I've eaten nothing but vat-grown meta-human organs for a year and a half, stranger. I would kill for a choco nub. I think that I've heard all that I need to about Billy. Just tell me how to get into the executive wing. Very well, stranger. If you cannot be dissuaded, I will help you. The ragged lab tech fishes in his coat pocket with a bony hand and produces a thin slip of plastic. He presents it to you with a flourish. This is my most prized possession, the incomparable Keycard B. Using this, you can descend to the underworld and face Billy. If you should survive the encounter, search for the long-missing Keycard E. Use it to reopen the executive wing, and I will see to it that you are richly rewarded. Synthetic heartbeat and cocoa. A part of a balanced breakfast. Not an entirely balanced breakfast, but part of one. Remember that next time you see any cereal commercial. This console seems to control the locking mechanism for the door in front of you. Keycard reader has been set into the front. Okay, we can get in here now. This is maintenance? I don't want to go down there yet. I just want to loot the place. It's a lot of underground points, it would seem. Tell me about your peasantry. I love them. They're like family to me. When I'm hungry, they're the ones who harvest the meat for me to cook from the Kutchet Organ Lab. Organ Lab. When I'm in need of company, they keep me warm. The drones, not people, you get that right. They are people. They are my people. Just because you can't understand our bond, that doesn't mean it isn't real. Let it go, Bocce Chance. You aren't going to change his mind. He's too far gone. You will see. You may have killed 3 of my peasants, but I can activate more. They will return to me, and I'll show them the love that only a true ruler can. I will bathe them in my affection, and they... Hang on a second, how many more peasants do you have in this building? Oh, hundreds! The security system here is quite state-of-the-art, user-friendly too. It didn't take long to figure out how to make some peasants wake up, and others to go to sleep. I allowed the majority of my peasantry to rest peacefully, basking in the benevolence of my rule. I could wake them at any time, but why? I say, let them rest. That's probably for the best. Maybe you could use your peasants to kill Billy for you. He recoils in horror. My peasants, sent against that monster? Never. No, stranger, I tell you that would be No, stranger, I tell you that it would be a massacre. I would have their blood on my hands. I cannot do it and I will not. End of discussion. I want to know more about the underworld. The nether realm that lies beneath the hallowed halls of subtle in bioscience, a nightmarish labyrinth of dripping pipes and filthy brickwork. Billy rules supreme down there now. To set foot into the underworld means certain death. Just to get this straight, we're talking about a sewer, right? The underworld is just a sewer. Yes, it is a sewer, but it is also a nightmarish labyrinth of... Yeah, I got you. Let's talk about something else. Very well, what do you wish to know? I want to know about the prototype Bioware. It's Bioware, pretty standard stuff, paint editors, trauma dampers, ortho skin, things like that. I know if it was reverse engineered from existing Bioware products, right? I've read up on Sutherland's process. Yes, that's right, knockoffs. Dangerous work, illegal most places, but not here in Berlin. Our investor needed it that way. Knockoff Bioware. Great. I'm cramping his LARP. I know I'm ruining his delusion, but it's fun. Lapis! You couldn't tell. It was good stuff, high quality. You couldn't tell one of our pieces from the real thing. Not even with a microscope. But there was that, and then... That was then, and this is now. That's twice I fucked that one up. The stuff in this lab, the organs we worked so hard to copy. It's no different to me than anything else you see in this lab. It's all meat. Potentially edible, sure, but otherwise useless. That to me it isn't. I need that stuff and I'm not leaving without it. Get me into the executive wing and we can both have what we want. Fill your pockets, take whatever you like. I, on the other hand, will avail myself of the snack bar. What happened here? What caused the lockdown? A calamitous series of events. It began with a spilled cup of soy cough and ended in terror and blood, as most things do. He falls silent. There's a long awkward pause. Good enough for me. Someone spilled coffee, building shut down, gate closed. And? You want more? Yes, that wasn't an explanation. Then you shall have one. Where to begin? Sippy. On the morning of the lockdown, all was well. Giesler, an executive, was making his rounds, walking from console to console to check up on us. He held a bubbling cup of soy cough in his stubby little hands. We all knew that food and drink were forbidden outside of the employee lounge, but Giesler was a proud man, and he would not obey the rules. His pride was our undoing. He tripped and fell, and his soy cough spilled onto a console in the animal testing wing. There was a terrible snap of shorting circuits, coupled with the stench of ozone. All over the building, emergency lights flashed and alarms blared. The building went into quarantine mode. Doors locked and shutters slammed closed. We were all trapped like rats inside, but we were not afraid. We were sure that the malfunction would be fixed within the hour. We did not know what was coming for us. Unbeknownst to any of us, Giesler's devil beverage had done more than initiate a false quarantine. It had also shorted the locks on Billy's cage. The albino basilisk slipped its bonds, and in that moment its reign of terror began. Within half an hour of the spill, Billy had slaughtered everyone who would have disengaged the lockdown. Executives were torn limb from limb, their business attire was shredded, their expenditure reports bathed in blood, and the rest of us were trapped inside with the savage beast. He falls silent, blinking as you watch. His expression clouds. When he speaks again, his voice is small. In the end, only Heiner and I remained. We managed to trap Billy in the underworld, but there was no hope of escape for us. It's been 2 years. Someone must have come knocking before now. No. As far as the outside world was concerned, we were still under quarantine protocols. Nobody knew why, and nobody cared. The building had presumably been sealed for a reason, and the world at large wasn't in a hurry to crack it open again. Heiner and I found ourselves completely isolated from the outside world, with a terrible creature running loose in the basement. Our choices were to give up and die, or make the best of it. The manic cheer that you've come to expect floods back into the lab tech and spreads his arms wide, a knowing smile on his face. And as you can plainly see, we chose the latter. We persevered and eventually transformed this husk of a building into the glorious kingdom that you find yourself standing in today. It was all for the best in the end. I tamed this land, and I have grown to love it. I will never live anywhere else. Fascinating stuff. Media setup is wired into the building's security system. Let's have a look at the video archive. You find a number of archive video feeds from the building's surveillance system. In addition, episodes 1 through 6 of an old Slovakian period fantasy series called Vikings of Twitch has been saved to the machine's desktop. I remember that show. It was horrible. I mean, really, really bad. Made the Neil the York Barbarian look like high art. Me and my buddies in the Schwartz Heights used to get high and laugh at it. It only ran for 7 episodes before it got pulled. According to the file system, each of the 6 episodes have been viewed over 400 times in the past 2 years. The last marathon viewing was this morning. Security archives. Philip is engaged in an animated discussion with someone who's standing just outside camera range. You can see his shoes and his shadow, but nothing more. The voice sounds human. Guess that the off-camera speaker is a man in his early 20s. Look, we've survived this long. If we play our cards right and do a proper bit of rationing, I reckon that we can live off the executive snack bar for a long time to come. We'll have plenty of fat and sugar. Those won't be a problem. We've got mixed nuts for protein, and we can get our vitamins and minerals from diet bars. There aren't many of those, but like I said, we'll ration. I'd be willing to bet that we can hold out for 2 to 3 months on what's stashed away in that snack bar. We're sure to be rescued before we run dry. You're fooling yourself, man, ignoring an unpleasant truth rather than facing it. We have to accept that we could be stuck in here for the long haul. The snacks are great and all, but they can't be our staple food stuff. We need to stretch them out as far as humanly possible, and that means supplementing them with something more substantial. You don't mean. Look, just thinking of it like farming, right? If we look after our crops, we'll always have food to eat. We have enough supplies on hand to keep the tissue cultures in the org chem wing growing indefinitely. What I'm talking about is growing meat for our own survival. That's all it is. Metahuman meat, Phil. Synthetic hearts and livers and kidneys grown to be implanted into people like you and me. You're talking about eating people parts. It's fucking disgusting, and I won't do it. Growing it, though. Unless you fancy dying of malnutrition, you're gonna have to. You know that as well as I do. Organ meats are rich in vitamins and minerals, choline, CoQ10, vitamin D, bioavailable iron, all things that we're gonna need if we want to survive in that long term. You won't find much vitamin D in licorice sticks and choco nuts. You're talking like they're never going to rescue us. We're in Berlin, Heiner. Who do you think is coming? We may need to be prepared to survive here for a long time, maybe years, and that means making the most of the resources at our disposal. Talking about resorting to cannibalism, man. No, I'm talking about eating meat. Collagen Q10. You think they might have tried to open the doors? Maybe? Alright, so it went well for 4 months. Or did it? Let's find out. Philip leaning against a wall, listlessly chewing on an unidentifiable hunk of cooked meat. He looks miserable. A drone comes to inspect him and he pushes it away. Ira's voice crackles up on the intercom. Philip doesn't look up. I'm going now, Phil. No more arguments, okay? There's a long pause. In lieu of responding, Philip takes another bite of meat and gnashes at it with his teeth. I'll kill that fucking thing. You'll see. That goddamn basilisk is going down. Once we can get down in the sewers again, we might be able to find a way out. This is our chance, Philip. Wish me luck. Philip says nothing. The video continues to play for a time and then cuts to static. Okay, so that's when he died. The video feed flickers onto the screen. In it you find Philip standing in the corner of the room that you're in. Now. He looks haggard, exhausted, and he carries a haunted look in his eyes. Heiner is noticeably absent. It sounds like he's watching the TV drama. It sounds like he's been watching the TV drama for 3 months straight. Cheap synthesized music pipes in from somewhere off screen. Philip turns to stare in the direction that the music came from. A smooth baritone voice sings out a phrase in Slovak. A half-second later, a different voice shouts the translation in German. Night Kings of Twitch. My voice is too tired to do that. Excuse me.
Oh man, that's it. That's the show. I forgot how bad the dub was. Philip stares glassy-eyed as the show begins. The synthesized music blares. Troll actor. A deep trollish voice rumbles out of the media center speakers. I, Titonius Rex, would defend my realm. I do so swear it before my magic sword, Argonar. This I do swear. An alarmingly breathy elvish voice sings out in response. But Titonius, the Jibberthon hordes will smite you if you stay. The people in that valley are only peasants. You needn't throw your life away for them. Flee with me into the enchanted wood of Tralashin. Please make this stop. My life is sworn to protect those peasants, she-elf. Run back to your enchanted trees if you will, but a Night King will never flee. But Titonius, a voice comes out in a lilting wail. You cannot die. I love you. Then go to your father and beseech him to rally his elf troops southward. For if Titonius Rex falls, Lightning Hold will fall, and Lightning Hold will not fall. Oh boy, this is hammy. The troll drones on, audibly struggling to emote and occasionally tripping over his lines. Overall, the acting quality is roughly on par with what you'd expect from a primary school Christmas pageant. Philip stares at the screen, listlessly chewing his meat. His nose is wrinkled in distaste, and his fists clench and unclench. Mercifully, the video feed cuts to static. The screen flickers and a video feed of Philip pops onto the screen. He's standing in the corner watching an episode of Night Kings of Lightning Hold. His jaw hangs slack and he stares at the screen in rapt attention. But Father, Titonius Rex is risking his life, nay his very soul, to defend Lightning Hold from the Gibberthons. May not be the best show, no. His enchanted sword, Argonar, feeds upon his honor and bravery, and it seeks to transform him from a noble Night King into an evil demon lord. Philip's lips move silently, mouthing the words as they are spoken. Evidently, he has committed the entire script to memory. My darling daughter, that is why I cannot send my troops. Your beloved Titonius Rex walks the knife's edge between light and darkness every time he draws that devil blade from its scabbard. It is long past time that you learn the truth about me, Brennathé. I was the one who trapped the demon lord Karabork within the blade. The breathy actress lets out a sharp gasp. Phil minds the motion and a tear begins to trace its way down his cheek. But father, you can't mean... Yes, my daughter. I was the one they called Thunderspear, the sworn enemy of Titonius Rex's people, the Honga barbarian tribe. Then all of this is your fault. The Jabbathons, the threat to my beloved soul, all of it. It was the only way to save Tralashin, my darling daughter. Tralashin, and your mother, whom I hid away when you were but a girl. She's still alive, Brennathé. A security drone floats by to inspect Philip. Idly he reaches out and begins to stroke its casing, petting it as if it were a house cat. The video feed flickers and sputters out and you find yourself back at the main menu. Today. This is probably not what we thought we were going to be doing when we came here. No, definitely not. The screen flickers and Philip appears on the screen. He appears to be dancing with one of the security drones. The little machine weaves and bobs frantically to avoid colliding with him, and every motion the loud tech slides in to fill the empty space. Around and around they go, twirling and writhing across the laboratory floor. There is an enormous smile on Philip's face, and the lights go dim, and an alarm begins to sound. Danger, danger, intruder detected, security protocols engaged. I admire your bravery, noble vassal. Philip rests a hand on top of the little drone. But this is my fight. I, Philip Rex, will defend this land with my life. Indeed, with my very soul. Sir, please clear the area. Hostiles inbound. No, noble spirit. It is you who must. I repeat, clear the area. Hostiles inbound. He nods slowly, his face beaming with pride. Maybe you're right. I am already a Night King. Perhaps this is your time to shine. I will not rob you of this moment of glory. I will allow you your moment in the sun, and when you return victorious, I will grant you lands and titles to reward your heroism. Please clear the area. Philip turns and steps out of camera range. The drone is joined by two others, which wait in a holding position facing the camera. Picture breaks into static, and the video feed cuts off. Ah, that was a lot. Excuse me. One's voice is tired. Indeed. Let's just kill this fucking basilisk so I could go home. Hey, Philip. Do these all lead to the same place? See, there's the crate. Okay. The safe is locked with a key swipe block. What do I get? Auto-injector bliss schematic. Great. A basilisk has got keycard E and we need that to get to the executive suite, so... guess we know what we have to do. $54 new yen. I think there's anything in here. Key panel's LED blinks from red to green. The lock is open. Okay, great. Oh, there's the basilisks. Oh, great. And the hellhounds, indeed. Alright, well, he's got no AP. Oh, fucking shot. More hellhounds. Missed. On fire, 17 damage. Taking massive hits. That was a good hit. Oh! Immediate. Extreme high damage. We've got to get rid of this thing. Billy got no chili indeed. But we could do 2 hits and a res with glory. So why don't we... fucking finish it off. The drone can tank, that's nice. Can we stun you? Yes, well, kind of. Slap. Right, that's good. That's very good. Alright, okay. That wasn't so bad. I mean, we took a shitload of damage, but it wasn't so bad. I'm guessing we have the key card now. Yeah. Blitz is kind of shit except for the fact that he's a decker, which is a shame. I want a decker that's got combat ability if I'm going to take one with us. It's kind of a good idea to play as one, I think. In retrospect, just so you can keep taking whatever team members with you. HP is a resource and rezzing is half the battle. We only had to res once, so that was okay. You're back again. Keycard E, do you have it? Yeah, I got it right here. But I want to talk to you about something first. Very well, ask your questions, but hurry. You're really into that Night Kings of Lightning Hold show, aren't you? It's my life. My entire life. My reason for being. Wow, must be rough being that big a fan and not having seen the ending. They're saying that there's more. Yeah, the last episode before it got cancelled, you know, the hasty written final chapter where you find out what happens with the Gibathon invasion. I'd always thought they had left the ending to your imagination, like a beautiful dream. But now the dream is over. I'll never know peace until I have seen this conclusion for myself. You must help me. You must find a way to show me the final episode. I need it. I'm willing to bet that I could do that, Chief. This guy might not know how to disengage the quarantine, but I'll bet that I can. And once we've re-established the building's matrix connection, but no big deal for me to download the last episode for him to watch. Nothing else that'll keep him occupied for a while. Should I? I feel like that might be a bad... Maybe he needs his snacks. You know what? We could use the matrix connection, maybe. You just go for it. Wait, I don't care. Well, think, Chief. These terminals in this building are all networked together, so I should be able to drop the quarantine from any computer in the place. Oh, thank you, thank you. Tears streamed down his cheeks. This is the happiest day of my life. Oh, Phil. Yeah, it's not going to be what it's cracked up to. What'll you do when it's over, Phil? Alright, Chief, watch me work. Blitz plugs the cyberdeck into the terminal and punches the escape key with a flourish. A second later, he hits the Y key. The building lights flicker. That can't have been it. You still have to do something else, right? Jack into the matrix or something? Nope. That's it. Quarantine disengaged. And now to get Phil the last episode of his bullshit Twitch show. That was it. Phil couldn't figure that out. For 2 years. His fingers dance over the deck's keypad. A few minutes later, he glances up with a smile. Dan and Dan. That horrible conclusion to that terrible show is waiting for Phil in his media center. You want to know how it ends? Not particularly. Too bad, because I'm telling you anyway. Titanius Rex and his half-elf sweetie's dad make up. A bunch of elves fight the Java funds and get their asses kicked. And the whole Karabork the Demon Lord subplot is dropped because the show's effects budget got cut. In the end, Titanius saves Lightning Hold by running a peasant revolt. Comes out of nowhere, barely makes sense, and the whole thing ends in a vomit-inducing love scene. It's a goddamn train wreck. A peasant revolt. It sounds magnificent. Oh no. Maybe don't tell Phil. I do like fighting things. I mean, I'll do it for fun. I've got it right here. You have it, the keycard, my ticket back into the hallowed halls of the executive wing with its expansive supply of non-perishable treats. Hurry, noble stranger, use it to unlock the door and make all of our dreams come true. This door. This door. The door is hermetically sealed, yes. Oh. The door unlocks. The gates, they've finally opened! How you doing? How you holding up, Phil? Thank you, my friend. You have granted me the secret desire that my heart yearned for most. A respectable supply of non-organ-based foods. You'll always be welcome in these hallowed halls. I, Philip Rex. Oh, do so swear it. Quarantine's off now. The final episode of your show is on the records computer. Yes, peace will be known and brought to the land. He's gone. Karma gained. Please don't turn all the robots against me. Not yet. There we go. You have given me everything. My whole heart's desire. The hidden knowledge of Titanius Rex's victory is mine, and I will be a better ruler for it, and also, I have sugary snacks. Phil stares into your eyes, his entire body is trembling. I have it all, and all thanks to you, noble madam. A thanks to you. Yeah, that's right, and don't you forget it. He throws back his head and barks out a laugh. Spoken like a true hero. Farewell, my friend. Perhaps one day I'll be able to come to your aid in return. That'd be great, Phil. I'm sure you'd be a really big help. Alright, I'm leaving. We're done here. What a shit show. Hey, we got what we came for. As you emerge blinking into the light of day, you find yourself standing face to face with a veritable wall of security personnel. A man in an expensive suit raises a megaphone to shout at you. You, stay right where you are! Who the hell are you? You will place the stolen BioWare samples that you're carrying on the ground and then lie on your belly with your hands on your head. Do it now or I will order my men to open fire. I didn't steal anything. The owner of this material commissioned me to retrieve it for him. Eskimo, you mean? Yes, we all know about him. He has quite a reputation back in Spain. We're with Chihuahua, street scum, and that material infringes on 15 of our company's patents. The organs that you're carrying are based on our intellectual property. This is unbelievable. This place is locked down for 2 years, and you choose today to come visit. You think that it's a coincidence? We came when the quarantine was broken. We've had eyes on this place since the lockdown went into effect. You called us here when you opened the doors. Why the wait? You could have broken into this place months ago. The building was quarantined, idiot. It's cheaper to set up a camera than it is to mount a hazmat cleanup effort.
As long as that counterfeit merchandise was contained, we didn't care that it was in there, but it will not hit the streets. Now shut up your mouth and hit the floor, or I'll order my men to open fire. You can have the spyware over my dead body. That can be arranged. Men, open... A shrill voice crackles over the building's intercom system. It reverberates through the empty streets. You will not threaten this woman, Jibbuthon dog. The fuck? Too long have my people lived in fear of your aggression. I, Philip Rex, will protect this land from your mongrel deprivations. The corporate spokesman turns to address his security officers behind him. You two enter the building, find whoever's on that intercom and silence him. Yes, sir. Knight Errant Mage. He turns back to face you, reaching for the sidearm on his hip. And as for you... It's a nice precision F-strike, indeed. The lab tech's voice rings down from the speakers. Underneath it, you can hear on the distinctive sound of fingers hammering a keyboard. Peasants, arise and defend your home. You need only believe in yourselves. The power is yours. Hello. Ow. Someone spiked his psych off with the mushrooms. I would like some really good cover. Now. Bleed, peasant. Oh ho ho. Well, he's dead. Dude's in a coma, minus 4 AP. And he's dead. Yeah, he's not doing so good. Right, you need to get to fuck. Oh no! Alright, so you... $50, $50, $50. None of these are good. Except for you. Whoa! Holy shit! What an incredible shot! A quarantine technician didn't realize he was going to get his leg blown off. Yes! Proud citizens! Show them what you got. Defend lightning hold, indeed. Oh, I forgot about this guy. I'm sure it's fine.
Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Sorry, Glory. That guy died of bleed, I guess. Well, that was easy. As the smoke begins to clear, a cry of jubilation sounds out of the subtle in bioscience building's intercom system. We've done it! We've done it, my friends! The Jupithan hordes have been defeated! With this great victory, I declare a new age of exploration and commerce. My peasants will form trade agreements with our neighbouring kingdoms for the betterment of all. Yeah, Phil, I hope that works out for you. Farewell, stalwart madam. We will remember you always. You hear the rustling sound of Phil pushing himself away from the intercom. A few seconds later, the building's external speakers fall silent. We got what we came for, team. Let's head out. Be the king of your own calm kingdom. That was good. The U-Bahn trip back from the Adenauerplatz is a shaky one. Surprisingly, the train is packed. The only empty seats are at the very back of the car. A haggard-looking young mother marches down the aisle, dragging her 3 screaming children behind her, 2 boys and a girl, each around 6 years old. As the woman nears you, her eyes fix on the frozen patches of bioengineered meat that you liberated from Sutherland's executive freezer. She opens her mouth to say something, but at that moment the little girl jams a finger into her brother's nose. The boy howls and the young mother's shoulders slump. Slowly, robotically, she turns back towards her destination and begins to trundle forward, dragging her squalling offspring forward with the solemnity of a funeral procession. Eventually, the train hums to a stop. You debark gratefully, lugging a freezer's worth of Bioware samples behind you. We did it. Let's go trade these in for wares. We got some karma. And our team gained some stuff. Shotgun ability that sets targets on fire, strips an armor, ongoing damage. Or the sniper ability fires a discarding sabot HTI round that ignores armor completely. That's interesting. Both of these are good. Ignoring armor at range is nice. However, I do also like ongoing damage. I'll take the shotgun. Well, no, that, if something has maximum armor, could be incredible. So I'm going to take that. Gain armor or augment nerve bolt. Flushes enemies from cover. Sounds great. Razor, fray armor. Glory gains an armor stripping razor attack, 2 hits, and each strips 2 armor from the target. Or gain ability, hail of bullets. Target up to 4 enemies that open fire on all of them. 5% less accuracy, must have at least 3 targets. That's really cool. But I really like building into the razor stuff. Yeah, I'll take it. It could be a good crowd control thing. There's a lot of situations where there's like 3 enemies and they've all got like 10 HP and I have to choose one to kill. This might be a nice thing to have in that situation. Blitz. Decking increased by 1 or ESP control increased. I'll increase his decking. Alright, Doc. His expression brightens when he catches sight of you. Ah, you're back. Do you have my merchandise? I do. In fact, it's right here. He greedily snatches the samples from your hands. So you do? Yes, yes. It's exactly what I've been waiting for. Good work, Butty-chance. Doctor turns away, rifling through the samples and inspecting their labels. He looks like a kid in a candy store. As per our agreement, there will be no monetary compensation for this run, but if you'll give me a moment, I will add the samples that you've recovered to my inventory. He looks over the samples you brought him and eagerly begins punching their serial numbers into his PDA. I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised. And now, if you'll excuse me, there's a few more details we'll need to discuss. Fine, but let's make this quick, alright? I want to get this merchandise logged into inventory before it starts to thaw. Don't want you to know. Don't you want to know what caused the lockdown? Yes, I suppose that I do. Irritation. Go ahead, tell me, I'm all ears. It was a stupid accident. Someone spilled soy cough on a control console and a bunch of test animals killed the researchers. That is frustrating, but I suppose that's all water under the bridge. I have my merchandise after all. The Shiawase Corporation had eyes on that building. I had to fight one of their retrieval teams. No, can't say that I'm surprised. They were instrumental in engineering my downfall back in Spain. The bastards brought all manner of drummed up charges against me. That tabloid press had a field day. I wouldn't worry about Shiawase. They might have their files on me, but they won't take any direct action against the Croods Bazaar. I have information on several of their executives that would be quite embarrassing if it ever came to light. One of the researchers survived. He's gone insane in there over the past couple of years. He refuses to leave. Thinks that he's something called a Night King. How tragic. He considers for a moment, then shrugs. As far as I'm concerned, he can stay there for as long as he likes. The lease is paid through 2061, and I don't need the building for anything. That's uncharacteristically generous of you, Doctor. The money's already spent, Bocce Chance. I can't get a refund, and the cleanup costs on getting the building up and running would ruin me, so it's going to sit idle, one way or another. Anyway, I already have what I need from the facility. If your little friend wants to play out his fantasies in there, he's more than welcome to. I wash my hands of it. That's all I needed. You could at least give me a fucking free sample after I went and did all that shit for you, though, man. Anyway, here's an auto-injector for Bliss. Interesting. These types of implanted injectors have become popular with some of the local gangs. Yes, I can install it, though I will need repayment for the materials. Alright, show me what cyberware you can do. What do you have with a low essence cost? 0. Cluster of specialized nervous tissue that filters out pain responses. Extra willpower but -1 intelligence. Not great for me. Actually, no, I do use willpower over intelligence, don't I? Yeah, we've got like 2 intelligence. We're stupid as shit. What? Well, that could be good. BioWare increases thermoxide production on a high level, in lessening trauma from recent wounds. Platelet factory. Get that in your head and smoke it. A data jack will cost us 0.5 essence, but it lets us use a smart link weapon. Let's reset this for a second. Add 6% to hit. I data jack. Encephalon, let's see. Don't need it. Just want to dodge. Use heart function. Duction data jack. That's cheaper essence. Toxin sac. Grants a close range poison attack. Temporarily blinds an opponent. Okay. Duction jacks don't allow for smart weapons. Yeah, not sure. It doesn't say that it doesn't. Let's just do that. I'll sacrifice 1 essence. Cyberware causes essence loss. This affects magic rating of your characters. Magic is equal to essence rounded down. Magic is very important for spellcasters. The base number of spell slots available to casters is equal to half of their magic rounded down. Therefore, losing essence can cause spell slots to be permanently lost. In addition, each point of magic lost increases all spell cooldowns by +1. Casting a spell again while it is cooling causes drain damage to the caster. You cannot have less than 1 essence. I'm gonna just take this much stuff though. 1 spell has been unequipped since I do stash because the max spell slots have been reduced from 5 to 4. That's okay. I don't need all of them. Stun bolt, mana bolt, lightning bolt, and then the other one was another kind of stun, I think. I could just replace one of these with the one that I need. We got it! We got our eyeball! If your intent is to blast with smart lit weapons, you won't be casting as many spells. Yeah, this is it. I tend to use the spells mainly for stunning. The Firebolt is the one spell that I have that does good damage. And they have a cooldown rate, so I can't use it every turn. So what I'm trying to do here is, rather than just using the standard magic missiles thing, is to have a smart link kind of SMG thing going. And then when my spells are charged, I can use the spells, and when they're not, I can just shoot things. But I don't have any money right now, so it's as good as we're gonna get until we get paid more. So I'm going to try and save my game. Perfect. And that'll be me for today because I am tired, my voice is tired. But tomorrow I'll be back with Final Fantasy Tactics, where we'll do, to be honest, mainly story stuff. We're probably going to be closing it on the end of that. There's quite the chapter 4 is the longest chapter. It's probably like 10 or 12 missions in it, but we've got a really strong team right now, so I reckon we can push through a bunch of it. Until then, I'm going to go do what I was doing and watch things probably in the metro, I don't know, or finish setting up RB stuff in there. Till then, I shall see you around.